Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Now we would like to invite the chair of the Ministerial Council, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, Laura Saravia Torres, who will be addressing you. Good morning to each and every one of you. Special greetings to all the ministers, heads of delegations, vice ministers with us today in the beautiful city of Cartagena. Welcome to Colombia. Welcome to the country of beauty. I would like to start by greeting Her Excellency Noemí Espinosa Madrid, Secretary General of ACS, the distinguished Executive Council of the Association. He's the Minister's Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the member states of the Caribbean, ambassadors, directors, delegates, the Secretariat staff, my friends, national authorities. And to each one of those who have been here, member state, friends from Colombia and the entire Caribbean. It's an honor to be chairing this meeting. Mainly in the beginning of this summit, we have worked throughout this week here on the Caribbean. We know what it means to work together because for us, the Caribbean is not a region. The Caribbean is part of us. It is part of our history. It is part of our roots and our culture. I want to welcome each and every one of you to Cartagena, which has witnessed many signs of unity in our history. And today, it is the venue of an exercise of collective construction to favor the greater Caribbean. Today, we have a new milestone in the history of the Caribbean. It's an honor to inaugurate this prep meeting for the 30th ordinary meeting of ACS Ministerial Council. The last one, Colombia participates as chair, given that we are transferring to Panama the pro tempore secretary. We do this with thanks and with the commitment of closing this cycle, having planted seeds of cooperation, institutionality, and regional vision. We are going to start a day that is the result of months of jointly work and will set the political and technical pathway of our association for many years to come. At the same time, this meeting is an opportunity of balance and projection where we can collect what has been planted and also looking at what's coming, the summit of Monteria, the adoption of a new historical declaration, and the strengthening of a strategic vision vis-a-vis 2035. At the chair of the Council of Ministries, we have wanted to position ACS as a strategic platform where we speak with everyone and we look for the better conditions for everyone. It's a unique platform in the American continent that articulate island, territorial continents, large countries, small countries, diverse cultures, and political will. Joint will. In these moments of very little international solidarity, global polarization, and multilateral fragmentation, and without any doubt the growing geopolitical issues, this association represents unity amongst diversity. The Greater Caribbean today has a great opportunity that should not leave aside, and is to project as a regional sustainability cluster, a space where we will flourish competitiveness, ecological restoration projects, fair energy transition, responsible tourism, citizen science, connectivity, that connects for us to speak about the Caribbean, for the Caribbean, not only infrastructures, people, population, communities within that framework. Multilateralism is not an option. It is a need. Only with horizontal dialogue, South-South cooperation, and the solidarity of our people, we can respond to urgent challenges, climate change, lack of food security, social inequalities, and the fragility of our coastal systems. As a region, we have the strategic opportunity to be acknowledged not only as victims of climate change, but as key actors in the solution. Initiatives as the Declaration of Monteria, which we hope to recommend today, is clear evidence that we can build consensus, ambitious but realistic consensus, mainly those geared towards action, because the Caribbean doesn't require more discourses. This Declaration of Monteria is just not an additional document. It is the result of a collective exercise, 13 meetings of the drafting commission, contributions of member states, and a firm desire of projecting ACS so it will become stronger. It will be more resilient, more committed with the present, but mainly with the future of its people. I am convinced that this is going to be one of the most important legacies of our chair. Moreover, I would like to underscore the value of this meeting based on the 10th meeting summit that we're going to have tomorrow in Monteria, which is going to be chaired by President Gustavo Petro. I'm sure that this summit will set a new milestone in the environmental and political arenas of the Caribbean. Distinguished delegations, we really want to thank you for the trust that we have received throughout this year in which we have chaired this association. We have done whatever is necessary to get the state citizens closer, to make visible their potential, their people, and mainly to strengthen our institutionality. Because from the Caribbean, we want to build for the Caribbean and also to talk about the Caribbean. We will continue doing so, working hand in hand with Panama, that is going to be the chair of this council. We also want to express our gratitude to Ambassador Noemi, to the Secretary General, who in just some months of leadership, she has really shown her efficiency and has set the vision for this association. As chair of this Ministerial Council, I feel very proud of her work, and she better be sure that she can count on us. And hopefully we'll continue seeing women like you in decision-making processes. I want to quote Pepe Mujica. We do not want to be called Latin America because we are not only coming from Latinos, we come from indigenous group, from African population, from Asia, from all the poor, and those victims of the world. We are more than a nomenclature, more than the Caribbean, more than Latin America. We are the African diaspora, the indigenous population of our territories. We have a wide variety of culture, variety, some good, some terrible, but we are also a beautiful land that enjoys an incredible nature and culture. So I would like to invite you to move forward with the spirit of an open dialogue, an inclusive dialogue, a spirit of building as a family, always with the high levels we have followed, the commitment with life and a shared destiny. So I'm officially inaugurating the 30th Ordinary Meeting of ACS Ministerial Council. Now I would like to give the floor to Ambassador Noemi, who will address us. Many thanks, distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs, for your beautiful words. Chair of the Ministerial Council, Laura Camila Saravia Torres, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Colombia, Vice President of the Ministerial Council of ACS, Her Excellency Josefina Vidal, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Cuba, Vice President of the Executive Council of ACS, Her Excellency Cindy Rodriguez, Vice Minister of International Cooperation of Honduras, Rapporteur of the Ministerial Council of ACS, Her Excellency Miriam McIntosh, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Business and International Cooperation of the Republic of Suriname. I must stop here and acknowledge that many women here, distinguished ministers, vice ministers, high-level officials of the Association of Caribbean States, representatives of observers, observing organizations, actors of ACS, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address you in this 30th Ordinary Meeting of ACS Ministerial Council. I do this with much hope, aware of the transformative power that guides our meetings when we have vision, collective will, and commitment with our region. Allow me to start expressing my gratitude to the chair under the responsibility of the government of Colombia, their firm and committed leadership, as well as their hospitality, have made possible this meeting and reassert their work in these strengthening these links in the wider Caribbean. This is a milestone in the history of our association. We must also acknowledge the ongoing work of all the team of the ACS, those that from their different functions have maintained alive the spirit of concertation, of dialogue, that have enabled to have this project for 3 decades, and which have made possible what has happened here. This is not only an additional encounter, it is framed within the celebration of our 30th anniversary commitment with integration, diplomacy, and shared development, 3 decades, 30 years. It's an entire generation. We still have a long way forward in the pathway of regional cooperation. During these 3 decades, we have faced hurricanes that have destroyed our shores, also economic issues that have affected our social fabric, also the affectation of coral reefs, the displacements of communities, and nevertheless, we have not weakened our spirit. We are still here. And the most important thing is that we are still together towards a more resilient, greater Caribbean. This is the message of this summit, and it's united for life towards a more sustainable Caribbean. It's just the accurate one. It captures with much depth the memory of the journey covered towards a fair, dignifying future for the region. In this spirit of regional solidarity, we have to send our message to a country that is going through very tough moments. And this is the country of Haiti that is going through severe security problems. We want to express our concern for the impact that this has on their population. And we want to invite the regional community to offer a sustainable and respectful support to their sovereignty. At the Secretariat of ACS, we reassert our desire to continue collaborating for a peaceful and dignified future for Haiti. We are living a complex moment for the region and for the world in an era of multiple crises we are all familiar with, all the way from climate to world governance. This is a systemic and multidimensional crisis that threatens our survival. But in this short-term situation, we see an opportunity to adopt actions. We have to assume the protagonism we are responsible for to project the greater Caribbean as an important actor for the world, a reliable partner, creative, and rooted in the defense of dignity, equality, and social well-being. Our history is woven this way, and today we have to go beyond that. We need to have a strategic vision. We need to assume the responsibility of transforming our problems into shared capabilities. This 30th meeting of the Ministerial Council has an important meaning. It represents the continuity of a shared vision that gave the origin to this regional bid. but mainly it reasserts the main role of the Council as the compass of this association. It is here where we set the guidelines, reach consensus, and where we just design the common pathway of the Greater Caribbean. This council represents the commitment of our nations in order to have a region based on unity, cooperation, and self-determination, principles that are increasingly important. This trajectory of collective efforts have fostered the vision of the Greater Caribbean that we must consolidate, a vision that deals with the diversity of our people, languages, and history. In this anniversary, we celebrate the cultural inheritance of the Greater Caribbean. Our dances, music, food, our fights for freedom, our literature, our lifestyles in harmony with nature, because there is no a possible future for this region without acknowledging, embracing, and projecting our Caribbean identity. We want for this meeting to represent a inflection point, and as a Secretary General of this organization, I want to commit myself with doing something with what has agreed upon here. We've listened to your voices as member states. You have clearly expressed the need of counting on a more strategic, more active, useful and better aligned association as to face the current challenges of the Greater Caribbean. The idea is not to reinvent our association. It is not the idea to start from scratch. The idea is to revitalize it, to renew its purposes without losing the horizons set by our foundational principles: cooperation, collaboration, and consultation. We are guided by a clear ethical framework that has in the core people as dignity, human rights, the love for our cultural diversity, solidarity and responsibility, self-determination, and collective sovereignty. And obviously the great aspiration of social justice and equality. So with all this on our table, we have to move on together with a renewed trust in our unity, with a common purpose, and with an identity that strengthens and projects us to strengthen the importance of ACS beyond it being an institutional mandate. It's a collective effort. We cannot enable delays, fragmentation. We must firmly believe in a Greater Caribbean that embraces its diversity, acts from its unity, and projects to the world its own voice and strength. Because our aspiration of making of the Greater Caribbean a main actor in the present and the future, a relevant actor, not only for those who are part of the Caribbean, but for the rest of the world, for us not to be seen as a periphery, but as the epicenter of solutions, as a strategic space for the sustainability of our house, which is this planet, climate justice, dignified mobility, the defense of the oceans, fair trade, inclusive digital transformation, and a long-lasting peace. Hence, this meeting is an invitation for each member state, for each institution that is part of this, for each institution that believes in this project, an invitation to renew our agreement towards the region, to offer our capacities, ideas to the service of a more just, a more resilient, a more autonomous Caribbean. I want to wrap up with this certainty. The Greater Caribbean needs whatever is necessary to be a protagonist of our times. But to attain this, we must act together with bravery, with love for our history, and with responsibility towards our future. Let's all work together to have a relevant future for each and every one of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. With that and the official commencement of this meeting, I would like to invite all members of the Council to take the official photograph. Minister, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ambassador Noemi Espinosa Madrid. We would first like to invite you to enjoy a cultural act, Tambor al Corazón, the rhythms from other worlds. The Cultural Corporation is an organization that works to achieve social justice and for the cultural rights of ethnic communities across the Caribbean of Colombia. This group is comprised of teachers and children from the school Tambores del Cabildo. Their cultural expressions strengthen their identities, creating future Afro-descendant leadership and contributing to their plans for life. Through polyrhythms of Afro-Colombian music, we can build new possible worlds. We'd like to now invite you to enjoy a sample of the traditional bullerengue and cumbia rhythms sung by Grace Padilla and Cecilia Silva.
Oh, Cartagena de India, Cartagena es la ciudad que recorre intensas páginas de la historia colombiana.
Alegría con coco y anís.
Y su bonita muralla y un mar que brindan sus playas, donde el turismo se baña.
Señores, cómprenme a mí que vengo del barrio del Semaní.
Una nativa que ofrece
Cómpreme casera.
en su linda porcelana tajada de piña, coco, banana y papaya.
Ciruela,
Voy yo.
de mazorca fresco.
Y muchas gracias, señores, le doy a esta gente buena. Y que viva Cartagena.
¡Ewa!
¡Óyalo! Burrum bam bam. Que hay un mosquito zumbador. Burrum bam bam. Ay, que me puede trasnochar. Burrum bam bam. Ay, cuando la muerte me encuentre. Burrum bam bam. Ay, sin casarme maleta. Burrum bam bam. Zumba que zumba. Burrum bam bam. Zumba currumba. Burrum bam bam. Zumba que zumba. Burrum bam bam. Zumba currumba. Burrum bam bam. Zumba. Burrum bam bam. Zumba. Burrum bam bam. Zumba. Burrum bam bam. Zumba. Burrum bam bam. Zumba currumba. Burrum bam bam. Zumba que zumba. Burrum bam bam. Zumba currumba. Burrum bam bam. Zumba currumba. Burrum bam bam. Zumba. Burrum bam bam. Zumba. Burrum bam bam. Zumba. Burrum bam bam. Zumba. Burrum bam bam. Zumba currumba. ¡Osa!
¡Uva! ¡Sí!
¡Gózalo! Colombia, tierra querida, himno de fe y armonía. Cantemos, cantemos todos, himno de paz y alegría. Vivemos, siempre vivemos a nuestra patria querida. Tu suelo es una oración y es un canto de la vida. Tu suelo es una oración y es un canto de la vida. Cantando, cantando yo viviré.
Colombia, tierra querida.
Pero cantando, cantando yo viviré.
Colombia, tierra querida.
¡Gózalo!
Oye,
¡Cumbia de mi tierra! ¡Gózalo! Colombia, te hiciste grande con el furor de tu gloria. La América toda canta la floración de tu historia. Vivemos, siempre vivemos a nuestra patria querida. Tu suelo es una oración y es un canto de la vida. Tu suelo es una oración y es un canto de la vida. Cantando, cantando yo viviré.
Colombia, tierra querida.
Pero cantando, cantando yo viviré.
Colombia, tierra querida.
¡Gózalo!
¡Opa! ¡Soy!
¡Gózalo, carajo! Colombia, tierra querida, himno de fe y alegría. Cantemos, cantemos todos, himno de paz y armonía. Vivemos, siempre vivemos a nuestra patria querida. Tu suelo es una oración y es un canto de la vida. Tu suelo es una oración y es un canto de la vida. Cantando, cantando yo viviré.
Colombia, tierra querida.
Pero cantando, cantando ya viviré.
Colombia, tierra querida.
Cantando, cantando yo viviré.
Colombia, tierra querida.
Pero cantando, cantando yo viviré.
Colombia, tierra querida.
Cantando, cantando yo viviré. Colombia, tierra querida. Gracias.
Esperamos que hayan disfrutado.
We hope that you have enjoyed this cultural presentation prepared by the Cabildo Cultural Corporation that has also been broadcast on the official channels and social media of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as well as the Association of Caribbean States with the official hashtags of the event, including One Great Caribbean. Finally, we would like to invite Maria Angelica Garcia, who will now share an important announcement with you with regard to the city transfer to Monteria. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. This is a very brief announcement for those who will be joining us tomorrow in the city of Monteria to continue our ACS meetings and that have registered in the form that we shared through the official ACS Secretariat. We would like to announce you that we will be expecting you at the airport tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. to leave at about 8:30 a.m. to the city of Monteria. One important thing to keep in mind is for you to please keep your name tag with you because the QR code, for those of you who registered, is what will enable you to access and board the plane. The return will be at about 6 or 7 p.m., a return flight to Cartagena. We wanted to ask you to please stay tuned. We will be sharing a note with details throughout today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Maria Angelica, for this announcement. We would now like to respectfully invite the heads of delegation of the member states and associate members to please go toward the esplanade outside the convention center so that the official family photograph may be taken.
queremos, hola, hola.
Hello? Gentlemen. We would now like to invite the countries that are observer nations and panelists to please join us for the official photograph.
Dos. 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 Check. Dos. 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 Dos, 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 uno, dos, uno, dos, 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 dos. Sí, sí. Dos, dos. Esa es la que tú tienes. Hola, sí, sí. Sí está llegando. Sí, sí, dos, 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 dos. Hola, sí, dos. Sí, me estoy escuchando como en otro lado. Ah, pero se está desconectado. Lo desconecté. O sea, yo iba a probar con el parlante. Yo pensé que tú me estabas enviando algo. Sí, para probar. Ya probé la primera. A probar la última. Ya, esta es la misma. En español.
Invitamos.
We would now like to invite all assistants to kindly have a seat so that we can continue with today's agenda. Thank you very much. We would like to once again welcome each of you to the Barahona Hall at the Convention Center to continue with today's agenda. We will now hand the floor over to the Chair of the Ministerial Council.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. we would like to ask everyone to have a seat so that we can resume today's conversation.
Bien.
Very well. Thank you very much to each member for the photograph that was recently taken. We would now like to present for approval the draft agenda that has been shared with you as a suggestion from the technical preparatory meeting held yesterday. And I would like to hand the floor over to the delegations that would like to speak. If there are no comments, then the agenda proposal is approved through consensus. We are now going to the second point, which is the high-level panel, Peace, Climate Resilience, Cooperation and Financing for Development. I'd like to remind each and every one of you that the purpose of this panel is to discuss strategies to strengthen peace, climate resilience, and cooperation in the Greater Caribbean with a focus on innovative financing mechanisms for sustainable development. The idea here is for us to conduct an analysis of the Caribbean as a zone for peace, the need for climate adaptation and mitigation solutions, and opportunities for access to international funds to address the economic and environmental challenges. I would like to now present the panelists. Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of the Caribbean Community, Ambassador Patrick Edwards from the Euclid University, Mr. Kamal Kishore, Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Disaster Risk Reduction, Dr. Epsy Campbell, former Vice President of Costa Rica and Coordinator of the Global Coalition Against Systemic Racism and for Reparations, as well as Angela Penagos, official responsible for the ECLAC office in Bogota. Without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of CARICOM, to speak.
Good morning, distinguished ministers, excellencies, esteemed panelists, colleagues, and guests. It's truly an honor to welcome you to this high-level panel on peace, climate resilience, cooperation, and financing for development, held as part of the 30th meeting of the Association of Caribbean States Ministerial Council. Today's dialogue is not only timely, but essential. The Greater Caribbean stands at a crossroads, facing cascading climate threats, economic uncertainty, and urgent calls for social and political cooperation. And yet, this moment also offers tremendous opportunity for solidarity, for innovation, and for transformation. I'm honored to have on this panel Dr. Carla Bennett, Secretary General of CARICOM, an economist and veteran regional policymaker, Ambassador Patrick Edwards, representative of Euclid University, a diplomat from Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Epsy Campbell Barr, former Vice President of Costa Rica and coordinator of the Global Coalition Against Systemic Racism and for Reparations, and Ms. Angela Penagos, officer in charge of ECLAC office in Bogota, and an economist with extensive experience in rural policies, climate finance, and agri-food transformation for development in Latin America and the Greater Caribbean. We will begin with Dr. Barnett, as Secretary General of CARICOM. You sit at the heart of regional decision-making during a period of intense global uncertainty. The Caribbean has long upheld its identity as a zone of peace, a legacy rooted in diplomacy and mutual respect. Yet today, that vision is being tested by shifting global alliances, growing geopolitical rivalries, and the spillover of external conflicts into our region's economies and societies. So the question is, how can CARICOM, as well as the ACS, strengthen their collaboration to promote the Greater Caribbean as a zone of peace amid current geopolitical dynamics, specifically Haiti, and even the situation between Venezuela and Guyana? Dr. Barnett?
Thank you very much. Permit me to say, first of all, that whenever I come to the ACS ministerial meetings, I am reminded that 30 years ago, CARICOM was deeply involved in all of the conversations leading to the establishment of the ACS, which is why we're classified as a founding observer. I remember the deep discussions with none other than Sir Sridhar Ramphal, who many of you know, who would have written the Time for Action report that led to a lot of the changes within CARICOM itself. And one of the things that his work led to, including the establishment eventually of the ACS, was a recognition of the need within the Greater Caribbean for us to work together in a very focused way on preserving the Caribbean Sea, not only as a means of livelihood, a means of economic activity for people who make a living on the coast, but really it is what binds us all. The Caribbean Sea washes our shores, and it is in our interest to maintain it. We fought for things like ensuring that nuclear waste don't pass through our waters. We are fighting now to ensure that the impact of climate change does not continue virtually unabated, because we don't cause climate change, we bear the burden of climate change. That's how I like to put it. So the Caribbean Sea is what binds us, and it's really very important for us to consider how all of us who are in organizations that grow out of the Greater Caribbean and are rooted in an understanding of the need for us to work together, to focus on things together, not in our separate little towers, but together, to ensure that we are working on the same path. This may require us to work differently sometimes, reaching out more frequently in a lateral way across institutions. It may require us to be more direct in ensuring that we share information across organizations and bring all views on board when we are seeking to tackle issues. We are small countries, all of us. We are constrained in our resources. As institutions, we are constrained in our resources, which means that the expectation that we will work closer together is almost without saying. It's just the smart way for us to work together. And therefore, I would want to see us as we move ahead, and I'm speaking here for CARICOM, and speaking to all the other organizations, including the ACS, to see how we can, in the interest of working on those things that are important, including peace and security, including climate change, because there's a link, to see how we can work more effectively together, which means looking at how we communicate, looking at how we share information, looking at how we ensure that the investigative work, for example, that we may do is shared in a natural way as opposed to depending on whatever question may come before us. So on the specific matter of security, you would be aware that we are all dealing in our region with security challenges in varied ways. Crime and security is a big issue in each of our countries, and so we are working together within CARICOM, we are working together to see how we can bring solutions that can be effective. This requires us to share information among ourselves. This requires us to get together when we have technical support from international organizations or from bilateral agencies that are seeking to support. So we try to work together, we try to share information. It would be useful for us to be able to do that in a broad way as possible. Dealing specifically with the issue in Haiti. Haiti is a full member of CARICOM. Haiti is on all of our agendas 24/7, 365. That's what it is, because it requires us as a region to be willing to work with Haiti. CARICOM has undertaken, because Haiti is our member state and we feel very much responsible for ensuring that there is attention always on the issues facing Haiti. But we do not assume that we have the solution. We assume that we can work with Haiti to develop the solution that will work for Haiti. Sometimes that is really very challenging because of the ongoing instability on the ground, because of the way in which the gangs on the ground have managed to really devastate the normal structures of governance. And so the issues that we face in Haiti, and I say we, not meaning Haiti or CARICOM, I mean all of us, because what happens in Haiti has an implication not only for Haiti, it's for the rest of the Caribbean, the hemisphere, and the world. If we can sit aside and look at a situation which is perpetrating intense violence on ordinary citizens, murders, rapes, children unable to attend school, if we can sit aside and just let it happen, then we have to question our own humanity. It's as basic as that. We feel, certainly in CARICOM, that we cannot leave the situation. We continue to work with our member state to see how we can help Haiti to find a way out of the crisis that it's in. And it's not a crisis of 2 years making. This is decades of cyclical crises that in many ways is related to the processes that have evolved in Haiti over generations.
Thank you, Dr. Barnett. As we reflect on what it means to preserve the Greater Caribbean as a zone of peace, Haiti does stand at the center, a nation that has long stood at the crossroads of resilience and injustice. Dr. Epsie Campbell-Barr will join me now to tell me about what ways the ACS can promote greater policy coherence and political will around reparative development, particularly for historically marginalized populations, not only for countries like Haiti, still burdened by colonial debt, but also for Afro-descendant and indigenous communities throughout the region. What must we do to turn declarations into accountability and solidarity into action?
Muy buenos días. Muy buenos días.
Good morning. First and foremost, I would like to respectfully greet the distinguished delegations of the countries, members of ACS, the government representatives, cooperation agencies, civil society organizations, all those here, so that we can have territories that will really feel proud of their development and that will protect life and development. It's an honor to participate in such an important opportunity because it is for building strategic alliances. I want to thank the Secretary General for giving us this inspiring message, but also thanks to Colombia for hosting a summit such as this one, with the sounds of the drums, with the culture that unites us. I would like to say that we are here to talk about the future. And that future that we are considering should be one that repairs, that is just and transformative. Hence, cooperation strategies should not only be instruments and technical spaces far from the lives of people. We need for they to become tools that are alive for justice. And I would like to ask some questions. Climate finance, what is it useful for if it's not effectively reaching those that are in the first line? How useful it is to speak about sustainable development if we do not acknowledge the historical damage accumulated through in victims, women, poor territories, and those women that have been the heads of household in the midst of abandonment. It is time now to strive in an organization such as this one to stop giving awards to those to pollute and to exclude those that really take care of the environment. We should talk about reparation, co-responsibility, and a fair reparation. The Greater Caribbean should become not only this international area that is vulnerable, but we should make the Greater Caribbean a region that knows about resilience, that protects and the so-called climate vulnerability is not only geographic, it is a vulnerability that is the result of centuries of colonization, institutional abandonment, inequality. So I want to think, how can we attain that new logic? First, I believe that it is necessary for us to understand that the new cooperation should invest in leadership of women, of youth, of Afro-descendants, of indigenous population and rural communities. The financing of climate projects should be focused on the acknowledgement of the rights and not only on the mitigation of damages. We must guarantee that climate planning includes those who live in those areas, those who feel that reality, because it is with them that we can go for a deep transformation. This requires political coherence, because actually we are in the midst of a debate in which construction needs to be the fundamental axis. I want to give an example regarding the questions that we were asked. What can we do? What can we learn? From where can we learn? Let me share with you an example of my country, Costa Rica. A clear and profound example on how to think about the cooperation and development logic. I'm talking about a national park, Cahuita, a beautiful place where we have a conservation model, one of social justice and community management of a national park. There, Afro-descendants that had been marginated for a long time, marginated from conservation made of this a paradigm. Now, the park has a shared governance where the community manages the park, resources and the contracting of people around the park are managed by the community. They are in charge of managing and investing resources in the community. So when we visit a national park, as like Agüita National Park, we not only see the park, but we see a community that is developing. Cooperation resources are managed by the Development Association. Hence, we start looking how can we work from the perspective of climate justice. I would like to say that three concepts are managed there. That of equality, because it acknowledges the right of community, that of climate resilience, because they empower those who are familiar with the land, those that are the depositories of essential stories, and also a real sustainable development, not only seen from the present and the future, which will be the logic to be embraced in the Caribbean. From the periphery of the Greater Caribbean to ecological justice, the Greater Caribbean should adopt a new ethic, an international one around development, one that is not only looking for economic development, even though it looks for it, but it should be focused on the common well-being and not to destroy extractivism with green discourses, not to treat communities as beneficiaries, but they must be understood as a significant part of this development perspective. This region has a great potential given the challenges that we face in our daily lives. But also, I would like to say that culture is the main axis of this new development perspective. In the Greater Caribbean, we have a great possibility of understanding all the cultural coincidences that we have in order to build a new understanding cooperation logic that takes into account the future and sustainable development. That's why I started congratulating that expression here, because we need to understand how we have very great similarities, coincidences. We need a new logic of cooperation, a new logic of understanding around sustainable development that will repair, that will understand the role of women, that will understand community knowledge, that will put the resources in the hands of those that should manage resources. We also have to go for a leadership transition, a leadership that will look after, that will transform. I invite you to make a symbolic commitment here of going for a coherent action with justice, with sustainability, and to put in the core of these decisions the future of the Greater Caribbean, which understands that everyone is responsible for its part, that the cooperation is one among states, that cooperation is from the top to the bottom. Those that cooperate from abroad must assume that the fundamental actors are those to whom we want to deliver justice. I think that we have indeed a great opportunity to advocate sustainable development, climate justice, and the challenges of the Greater Caribbean from a perspective of resilience, learning, taking into account the protagonic role of women, and putting right in the middle that culture that unites us in order to move forward and also to become an example to us and to the states of the Greater Caribbean, and after that to the entire world. Thank you very much.
The C in Caribbean could just as well stand for climate. And while some speak of climate change, for us in the Caribbean, we know that this is a full-blown climate crisis. More intense hurricanes, warmer waters, rising heat that threatens food security and economic stability. The Caribbean is vulnerable. We had hoped to welcome Mr. Kamala Kishore, the Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Disaster Risk Reduction. And although he could not be with us in Colombia today, he has sent remarks we will share with the Council.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be sending you this message as you gather for the 30th meeting of the Association of Caribbean States Ministerial Council. I would like to thank the Republic of Colombia for hosting the meeting, and I thank the association for inviting me to be part of this important panel. The Greater Caribbean is one of the most disaster vulnerable regions in the world, with over 83% of disasters linked to climate-related events. Moreover, Caribbean states consistently rank among the countries with the highest relative average annual losses due to hurricanes. In Barbados alone, infrastructure average annual losses from disasters are estimated at $170 million, 90% of those caused by hurricanes. And we know that for small island developing states in general, a single large disaster event can erase decades of progress, as was the case when Hurricane Maria struck Dominica in 2017, causing damages equal to twice its gross domestic product. However, such losses are not destiny. There is much that can be done to prevent climate hazards from becoming expensive disasters. Indeed, I would like to commend the countries of the region for the actions they are already taking. Actions such as expanding multi-hazard early warning systems and strengthening community-based preparedness. But more must be done to reduce vulnerabilities and enhance the resilience of communities and assets. This is how we can achieve significant reductions in disaster losses, as called for in the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. Achieving these significant reductions requires sustained financing and political commitment, and it requires the support of the international community. Allow me to share 3 of our recommendations for action. First, countries must increase domestic investments in resilience. This means dedicating a larger proportion of public budgets to disaster risk reduction and mainstreaming funding for resilience in sectorial budgets. And I understand that fiscal space might be constrained. This is really an investment, not an expense. According to the World Bank, every dollar invested in making infrastructure disaster resilient saves $4 in reduced disruptions and economic impacts. Second, the criteria for international cooperation should go beyond GDP and recognize disaster-related vulnerabilities. SIDS often face disaster risks that far outweigh their financial and institutional capacities, regardless of their income classification. Vulnerability to climate and disaster risks must become a central criterion for international cooperation. And while South-South and triangular cooperation are valuable complements, they cannot be a substitute for scaled-up development assistance to the most at-risk countries, including the Great Caribbean. Third, we must advocate that all financing for development be risk-informed. When investments, whether by the private or public sectors, are guided by an understanding of climate and disaster risks, they are less likely to contribute to the creation of new risks and can even reduce risks. This point on de-risking of investments was made in the Antigua and Barbuda agenda for SIDS, and we hope to see it also emerge from the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in July this year. Indeed, the conference offers a strategic platform for the Great Caribbean to demand a bold shift towards risk-informed development financing so that disaster prevention and resilience building can become central to how resources are allocated. This is not just about increasing funding. It is about reshaping the global financing architecture to protect development gains from disasters. Excellencies, building resilience is not a one-time expense. It is a long-term journey, an investment that pays dividends by protecting the foundations of development today and into the future. And please know that UNDRR stands ready to support all the countries of the Greater Caribbean on this journey. I am grateful for this opportunity to address you, and I wish you a very successful meeting. Thank you.
And we thank Mr. Kishore, who raised some excellent points on financing. At this time, Ms. Pinego, as an economist specializing in territorial development and climate finance, will join us to tell us a bit about effective policy experiences in Colombia regarding climate finance and territorial development, which could be adapted for other countries in the Greater Caribbean, or what models could be scaled up to promote sustainable development with social inclusion across the region.
Okay, well, thanks, Crystal. Oh, thanks, Crystal. Buenos días para todos.
Good morning to each and every one of you. Actually, it is an honor for ECLAC to be in such an important event, and also for me, Angela Penagos. I'm from Colombia, and it's an honor to share with you some comments and to put on the table some significant elements related to the Caribbean and the need of moving forward in some transitions that are fundamental to reach equality, inclusion, and what our colleagues have said, more resilience. We know that the Caribbean is going through a very decisive moment in spite of its huge commitment with regional peace, multilateral cooperation, the defense of the planet. The region is trapped in a convergence of crises that threatens with deepening the structural gaps which historically have constrained the development. We have reflected on that. Remember that ECLAC is not only a continental entity. We cover the countries of the Caribbean, and we are interested in involving that link with development into practical solutions. So we have been structuring a reflection around 3 blocks. It's a better understanding of what we call in ECLAC development traps and some specific manifestation. The most important being, and Crystal just mentioned it a few minutes ago, it's not to stay in the discussion about what, but to move forward on how. How are we doing in Latin America and the Caribbean so we can carry out that transformation in our countries as well? And in most of Latin America, the Caribbean is in a trap of low growth for more than 30 years. Moreover, we have a very little diversified economies which depend only in one sector. Something that has not been minor, and it has been mentioned here, a trap of inequality. Latin America and the Caribbean is the most unequal region of the world. In the Caribbean, we have analysis that said that public spending in social policies only reaches 42.2% in countries such as Jamaica, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago. And regarding what we have been mentioning here in the management of these transformations, we are also in an institutional trap, weak state capacity to plan, coordinate, and maintain transformative policies, low coverage of public services, limited environmental governance. As I have mentioned, these traps are crystallized in specific challenges. Without any doubt, climate change and loss of biodiversity, also severe fiscal restrictions in different countries of the Caribbean. Public debt exceeds 80% of GDP, lack of investment in health. Another topic which is common to the entire continent, migration and the loss of human talent. And we know which are the implications that has in transforming what we want to. We also have a very weak social fabric. It's not only talking about large companies, but small companies with the ability to produce revenues. Also, persistent social gaps with high inequalities in terms of poverty, youth unemployment, and poverty. And something else that we are experiencing now, the emerging conflicts, uncertainty, and the global crisis that places us in a situation of risk. Hence, at ECLAC, we are inviting and coaching our countries in managing this type of transformation in 3 levels. An overview of transformative development with 11 key transitions, such as fair ecological transition, sustainable production one, and social protection. And moreover, the transition of agribusiness that should be integrated with governance, multiple actors, social and tax agreements that are viable. For example, renewable energy, energy efficiency, bioeconomic sustainable tourism, regenerative agriculture, food security, digital economy, and knowledge-based services. Now, regarding the questions, the specific questions on specific examples that we can share in Colombia for the Caribbean countries around financing. I want to mention something here which is very similar in most of our countries. In Colombia, we know that today 50% of GDP depends directly on nature. This indicates that we depend on ecosystemic services provided by nature so the economy can work, but usually we do not acknowledge this. And as it was mentioned by my previous colleague, to reduce our resilience capacity vis-a-vis the climate variability as to what we are facing. So an essential element to move forward in this recognition and to embrace ecosystemic services and nature in the economy is to acknowledge the value provided by ecosystemic services. Hence, public investment needs to be coherent among development goals. We cannot invest in an agriculture that will not allow the regeneration of the planet. We cannot build infrastructure that affects resilience and increases disaster risk. Along those lines, to speak about a coherent investment requires structural elements for the decision-making process. Hence, decisions in silos or in sectors are extremely risky for countries such as ours. Along these lines, in Colombia, we have made progress in elements with experience, such as the Fund Colombia Sustainable, that finances comprehensive projects that increase the natural capital, which is the way in which we will have more resilience given climate vulnerability. We have had territorial experiences as plan agreements and territorial agreements aiming at more coherence regarding investments made in the territory. And we count on many regional initiatives, bioeconomy, payment for environmental services. Nevertheless, all these experiences are not enough if we do not have a coherent public spending. And it is there in which we as ECLAC are inviting you to see how public spending works. And we are looking for coherence and not to jeopardize our natural capital without leaving aside development goals. That's why today we are actively analyzing on how to create mechanisms to move on with these transformations and to achieve what's even more important, a balance among development goals. We cannot think that we're going to have a green agenda if you have gender inequality. We cannot think about gender equality when we have a very weak labor market. The main challenge for Latin America is to be able to integrate this type of investment.
Tratando de responder la última pregunta.
So, I will strive to answer the last question as far as how we can strengthen climate finance in the greater Caribbean given the differentiated impact of climate change for women. The first point is that I do believe we need to redirect public investment with a gender approach and one of resilience. Public spending must include equity and sustainability considerations, and this has to be based on integrated budgets that are sensible to the climate inequality and structural inequalities, especially gender inequalities. This transformation also requires that we strengthen the role of subnational governments that are facing the most direct impacts of climate change with very limited capacities. And we must improve access to resources, comprehensive planning, and frameworks for accountability. This is key. But above all, something that is not minor that we have not discussed here is the role of private investment. As they say, we cannot continue with business as usual. One thing is new green businesses, which are very important, but the private sector must have the ability to transform its financing model and economy. And we must be able to value investments that require that provide greater resilience and ecosystem services and that reduce the risk of disasters. What does this mean? We need to change the way in which we analyze private sector risk. We must incorporate the future in the decision-making process. It will be more costly for the economy to not have nature than, in other words, the traditional development route. This is something that is currently debated globally. We have the Conference on Financing for Development, and we must have more and greater financing, but one that recognizes investments in natural resources and that not be more costly. And the role of the private sector is vital to this process of transformation. So in closing, at ECLAC, we would like to invite you on having a new regional consensus on how we can address these development challenges, a more productive future while recognizing the limits of nature, a more sustainable future, and above all, states and communities with reliable and competent entities united for the transformation of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. Thank you.
More unified voice on the global stage, we must leverage the power of interregional partnerships. The emerging Africa-Caribbean Alliance offers just that, built on shared history, common global challenges, and mutual aspirations. Ambassador Edwards joins me now to talk about the lessons from the Africa-Caribbean Cooperation, which can help us build a more unified Greater Caribbean voice in global diplomacy. No problem. I'll ask the question again for you. What lessons from Africa-Caribbean corporations can help us build a more unified Greater Caribbean voice in global diplomacy, especially in climate resilience and development financing, where our region must often negotiate from a position of vulnerability?
Thank you, our esteemed moderator, my very delightful and erudite Secretary General of the ACS, who I've had the privilege and honor and privilege of meeting not too long ago. Distinguished panelists, heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen. I have been given the signal honor of representing Euclid University, which has its headquarters in the Central African Republic, interestingly enough, with, of course, affiliate relationships throughout the rest of the Caribbean and other countries. Our Secretary General of the ACS invited me to address this August gathering and to share my thoughts. Now, I may speak as if I'm representing Trinidad and Tobago, but officially I'm not. I'm representing Euclid. This must be borne in mind, but I'm from Trinidad and Tobago, which is part of course, the ACS, part of the wider Latin American region. And I would like to speak a little on this question of South-South cooperation, as if you look at a microcosm of Trinidad and Tobago, as indeed throughout the Caribbean, you'll see we have footprints from almost every country in Europe. I'll dwell a little on Trinidad and Tobago, largely because that has influenced my 43 years' experience in the diplomatic service of interfacing with people from other African countries, from Asia, from China, and other countries. And it has enabled me understanding the cultures of these societies, the cultural, historical moorings, to help influence investment and create a sort of psychological bonding between the old world from which our ancestors came and the new world. And also to understand the philosophical and ideological concepts that undermine the developed world, which we try to follow and pursue in different lines, in democracy, etc., but which has not necessarily benefited us to the extent that we would like to in terms of economic cooperation and in a variety of other areas. Let me give an example. We talk of South-South cooperation, which we should develop or which we should expand, and I would certainly hope we do. Looking at Trinidad and Tobago as an example, we have descendants from Portugal, we have descendants from Spain, we have descendants from India, we have descendants from Africa, and in the early years of colonization in Trinidad and Tobago, we had from Latvia, we had from Sweden, we had from the whole of Europe. In Tobago, as an example, the Dutch ruled Tobago for 300 years, so we have a Dutch footprint. And of course, if you understand Caribbean history, as most of you all would do, the Dutch played an important role in providing trade and whatnot to the Caribbean. This, therefore, has left a cultural and a historical footprint throughout the Caribbean, which links the North and the South. We have traditionally relied on the North for a variety of reasons and led to a measure of development akin to that of the North, and which perhaps separated us from those of the South in certain southern countries. Let me give another example. In Trinidad and Tobago, the people from Tobago essentially are from Ghana, of Ghanaian origin. Those in Trinidad are really from West African religion, Nigeria. But we have people from China that may not play a greater role. In fact, the Chinese came as early as 1807. We have from India, 1845. We have from the Middle East, from Syria, from Lebanon. They all meet in our society to create a melting pot that provides a sort of basis using cultural diplomacy. It's a phrase that I've coined over the years. Cultural diplomacy in order to advance or reconnect culturally, psychologically, economically with our countries from the South to provide us that sort of economic support, cultural support, and value system that pervades throughout Latin America, of which we are part. Of course, in Costa Rica, in Nicaragua, in Honduras, in fact, the whole of Central America and the wider Caribbean, you have footprints from Africa. And we are from India. Of course, in the case of Trinidad and Tobago, in the case of Guyana, in the case of Suriname, and in the case of many of the English-speaking Caribbean countries, the cultural contacts and the cultural footprints with India, with China, with Africa, gives us a very important link for South-South cooperation, which we can then leverage to get loans and financial support and cooperation at perhaps at much more concessionary terms than you can get from the developed world. Let me give an example. I served in Nigeria for 8 years. I served in East Africa for 8 years when I was in our country's diplomatic service. In West Africa, you have ECOWAS and all these other institutions, and you have a growing and a significant body of financial institutions that are well known internationally, that are well known domestically, and not so well known within the Caribbean and within the Latin American region. We can, through cultural diplomacy, through ethnic considerations, through historic ties, cultural ties, leverage this advantage that we have in the Caribbean and in Latin America because of the cultural roots, to be able to secure loans for financing projects, loans in case of crisis or climate mitigation, as has been done in East Africa under the African Union, under the East African Development Bank, under the West African Development Banks. And because of our cultural links, because of our identification culturally, economically, politically with the region, because we have this, our forefathers came there, we are able, or I have been able at least on many occasions, to leverage this cultural diplomacy, leverage this historic linkages in order to get investments into Trinidad and Tobago, and we can do the same for the wider Caribbean and the Caribbean region. Through our university, through Euclid, we opened the first branch of Euclid, not in France, not in the United States, but in Central African Republic, in Banjul. We have branches in other African countries. We are opening a branch in Curacao, which will soon be opened in the next year or two. But using this South-South historical contacts that we have, the ethnic relations that we have, we are able to leverage at the political level in these countries to get this sort of economic support, to get this sort of technical support, to get this sort of socio-cultural relationship that forms the bedrock on the groundswell for economic and social cooperation and links with the South. So our South-South cooperation, if we pursue it, if we leverage it throughout the whole of Latin America, we will be able, perhaps, to get concessionary loans and more concessionary rates than we could get from traditional banking institutions in the North. The concept of familial ties introduced at the whole range of diplomatic relations through our institution can yield considerable dividends. Now, we're looking at the issue of climate change and its effects on our region. We have had the same problem of climate change and the devastating effects in Ethiopia, in the Sahel region, in Somalia. How did they deal with it? Well, dealing with the African Union and dealing with the ECOWAS, I was able to look at the whole range of activities, especially in East Africa, for climate mitigation, climate resilience, etc., and dealing with traditional and non-traditional ways that brought a measure of comfort, a measure of security, and a measure of interdependence within the region to be able to mitigate the negative consequences of climate change. I would like to suggest, therefore, and just using this forum, that we may need to tweak our diplomatic vision. We may need to tweak culture. We may need to use cultural diplomacy as a very important benchmark and yardstick for linking up with what we'll call the old world, linking up with those elites of the old world who would be able to open up and give us the sort of a support for our own economic development throughout Latin America. Because throughout Latin America, you have an African connection. And this is very important. It is very important for us if we could source money through still wealthy or well-endowed banking institutions, both private sector, state sector, and international sector in West Africa, in East Africa. And we may be able to get loans on very concessionary basis, much more better concessionary basis than you get in the developed countries because of the cultural linkages and because of links with those who are at the summit of these societies, both politically, economically, and in other ways. Thank you very much.
Ambassador Edwards, thank you. We thank our panelists for their thoughtful insights, and at this time we open the floor briefly for members of the Ministerial Council for any questions. No questions, then I'm seeing lunch, perhaps. As we bring this important dialogue to a close, we reflect on 3 key messages. 1, the urgent need for CARICOM and ACS to collaborate on peace and development. 2, the value of the South-South partnership in amplifying our global influence. And 3rd, the importance of embedding disaster risks into, I'm seeing a question in the back, but yes, I'm seeing a question in the back. Go ahead.
No, I'm about to ask, Madam Chair, whether you asked about questions. I'm just suggesting that maybe the floor should be open for some rather brief interventions.
Sure, brief interventions.
Yes. Do I have your permission?
You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to first of all commend you for the manner in which you have been navigating this particular discourse. I wish to recognize all my colleague ministers and senior officials here today. I have a brief comment to make as we gather in Cartagena, to discuss issues that are of paramount importance to our continued existence. I do not believe it was by accident of history that we are meeting here today in Cartagena to reinvent and to reignite the true fire that led to the birth of the ACS in the first place. I recall a period in time when Latin America was trying to move from one stage of political organization to the next. And obviously it went through a period of dislocation where democracy seemed to have been in crisis. They considered the 80s a lost decade. Look at where we are today as a region, discussing and exchanging ideas towards advancing common cause. Because we are united not just by shared history, shared aspirations, but we are connected in a way to find solutions to the problems that tantalize us today. And I believe it is within our sphere of competence to do so. We are challenged, especially in the Caribbean, to really build a solid and impregnable substratum of economic and technological self-determination. But when we come together, we create an improved framework for us to match our basic need with greater possibilities. And we are capable of finding those innovative solutions. Right here, I must say to you, the birth of the second airline in the world took place. People believe that somehow air transport-related matters started in North America. No. I think apart from KLM, which was the first in 1919, Avianca was born. And so there is absolutely no need for us to question our ability to emerge with innovative ideas. And this is where the ACS was born. And as we try to enter into a new covenant with the people that look up to us for compassion and honest purpose, we must use that same spirit that excited us then to form the ACS, to navigate a world that has always been pregnant with the seeds of our continued marginalization. We are forced to try our wings today and to fly in a new direction. And I always invoke the authority of the late Dr. Miles Monroe, who said, and I quote, "The thrill of flying always begins with the fear of falling. We are pushed beyond our comfort zone, but sometimes fear could immobilize change. Today we are called upon to respond to our economic challenges. From time to time, developed countries will move inwardly and set in motion policies that are going to be inimical to our well-being. We must not cry about it. We must find innovative ways of responding. And I want to end by saying to you that despite what it seems, we are a region that can teach the rest of the world a lot, including democracy. we in this region would have elections, and by tomorrow there is peace and tranquility. So there is a smooth transition of power. We don't always see that in those who we look up to. Because democracy is not just about free and fair elections. I argue that free and fair elections is just a mere symptom of democracy. But true and real democracy is to test negative for the irresponsible use of power, or to test positive for the wise and frugal use of power. And as we see around the world, like the carnage in Palestine today, people came through the corridors of so-called free and fair elections. But the responsible use of power is always very important. I close by saying, as a region that have seen all species of immorality emerging and oppressing us, we should continue to cooperate on common objectives of humanity and develop a foreign policy that has courage and conviction. And we are called upon by the gods of justice to deliberate today in new ways to ensure that we arrive at some practical commitments at this meeting. Some serious practical commitments to use the ACS as a ready compass to navigate the turbulence of the current moment. La lucha continua.
Our fight continues. We will win. Thank you very much.
Intervention. At this time, I pass to the chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I would like to give the floor to the distinguished delegation of Venezuela. Virgin Island, Vice Minister, Virgin Island.
Greetings to Secretary General of the ACS, Secretary General of CARICOM, heads of delegations, delegates, specially invited guests. It is a pleasure to be here, indeed. I am the leader of the government of the beautiful Virgin Islands, and it is my joy, honor, and privilege to be here with all of you. I am certainly commending the effort of ensuring that the ACS continues to be a strong organization in favor of our mutual benefits. Indeed, we are united by the Caribbean Sea. We are united by common interests. We are united by culture. We are also united by a shared colonial history. And I speak as one of the remaining 17 non-self-governing territories that exist in this world, who have been designated through the United Nations Committee of 24 Decolonization Committee as the group which still must advance to self-determination. And I'm here to remind my colleagues in the ACS that we need your support because, of course, there is an unfinished task here in the Caribbean, in the Greater Caribbean, and that is of decolonization, full decolonization of this region. And it affects us in many different ways. I can provide yet one example. We speak about climate change. The Virgin Islands was devastated in 2017 by Hurricane Irma, and then after that, Hurricane Maria. At that time, the strongest hurricanes in the Atlantic, and it wiped out 300% of our GDP. and we are still struggling to recover from Hurricanes Irma and Maria. But despite the devastation, we received very little help from our administering power, the United Kingdom, or most of anyone else. Part of the reason is that we do not qualify for development finance because of our gross national income, being considered a middle income country. And this is despite the fact that we were devastated by a ferocious and monstrous climate disaster that did not figure into the equation. And therefore we realize that the structure, the framework to be able to evaluate eligibility to concessional finance, development finance, post-disaster assistance, it didn't work for us in the Virgin Islands. And of course we are appealing to our brothers and sisters in the ACS for your support in multilateral fora to advocate on behalf of those countries and territories who are, I would say, victims of a flawed system that does not recognize vulnerability, including climate vulnerability, in the framework for assessing eligibility to climate finance, development finance, etc. I will also advocate to my brothers and sisters here in the ACS for us to accelerate our efforts to form and cement trade relationships. We have been able to witness erratic trade policy coming out of the United States of America, which has resulted in increased costs. And in the Virgin Islands, like many of us, we are increasingly vulnerable to such policy decisions coming out of Washington. We are very much dependent on imported goods. And therefore, these decisions have catastrophic impacts on our economies and our people. But what we have discovered is that quite a lot of the goods that we consume from Miami is actually coming from the ACS countries and territories. But we have not formed those trade relationships in the same way that we formed them with the United States and other places. So a part of my mission here to the ACS is to ensure that we reach out to our colleagues who produce food and other products and other goods that we can benefit from, and how we can firm up those trade relationships, and in some instances cut out the middlemen, which are helping to increase the cost of trade. Again, I just want to congratulate our concern in pulling together this ministerial meeting and summit, and I wish this meeting great success. Thank you so much.
Gracias.
Thank you to British Virgin Island. My apologies. I thought it was Venezuela because it was just next to this. Okay, now we are in the interactive session. So I would like to thank the panelists for their interesting interventions. So I would like to give the floor to the Vice President. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, members of the Executive Board of AAC, distinguished members of the delegation, observers, key actors, Her Excellency, Secretary General of ACS, Noemi Espinosa, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to address you in such an important meeting. And well, this is my first intervention. I wanted to take this opportunity to express the greetings on behalf of Ambassador Javier Busotto, who became also the Secretary of Foreign Affairs and Trade of my country, a country representing here. I want to acknowledge Honduras, the Republic of Colombia, its team for its leadership, for the work during the pro tempore secretary, its commitment and vision during its chair. It played a very important role fostering a work agenda with the strategic pillars of our association. Moreover, I would like to express my gratitude to the government and people of Colombia for being so kind hosting this event. They have received us with warmth in this historical city, Cartagena de Indias. And I take this opportunity to recall that 30 years ago, it was here where we had the birth of ACS. And 30 decades after that, we are celebrating not only its function, but also its impact on each one of our nations. I also want to express my gratitude to the Republic of Cuba, Suriname, and my country for the commitment and the joint work in the Ministerial Council of ACS during the period 2024-2025. I also want to take this opportunity to express on behalf of our delegation our sincere acknowledgement to Ambassador Noemi Espinosa Madrid, Secretary General of ACS, and the second woman to hold that position, to her team for their valuable support in preparing the documents and coaching PPT in the development of the 30th ordinary meeting of ACS Ministerial Council. Prior to the summit of heads of state that will take place in the city of Monteria. And also, I want to commend the Republic of Panama for holding the chair of the Ministerial Council for 2025-2026, and positive that on their leadership we will continue moving forward towards the common goals of integration, sustainable development, and regional unity. I also want to express the thanks to the representatives of each one of the country that have participated in the prep meeting where different documents were covered for the continuity and effectiveness of our regional efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say that Honduras is reaffirming its conviction that regional integration is more necessary today than ever. We acknowledge that we face common challenges as the ones herein mentioned: the impact of climate change, forced migration, food insecurity, inequality. But only with solidarity, cooperation identified by a region, we can face them in an effective manner. Our government, led by the first Lady President Iris Yomaira Sarmiento, she is committed with a foreign policy based on peace, social justice, the defense of human rights, and transparency. And I wish you fruitful results in this meeting in order to intensify the joint efforts as to continue building a fair, equitable, stronger, and more united region. Within this context, we acknowledge the role played by those that cooperate with ACS. Your work has been of paramount importance to move forward in projects of climate resilience, connectivity, inclusive economic development. We want to reiterate our call to continue working together under the principles of mutual respect, co-responsibility, and shared benefits. To wrap up, we would like to manifest our desire to continue working and supporting the efforts of the Executive Board of the Ministerial Council, period 2025-2026, in the position of Vice President. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honduras. We would like to give the floor to the delegation of Guatemala. Thank you. Good morning. Special greetings to Colombia that have chaired the Ministerial Council, to the ministers, vice ministers, representatives of the member states of ACS, to our Secretary General Noemi Espinosa, ladies and gentlemen. We want to thank the hospitality of the government of Colombia by receiving us in this historical city of Cartagena. Cartagena de Indias plays a very important role in the history of our association, because it was here in 1994 where we signed the Constitution of the association. I want to make a personal parenthesis here, and it's even an anecdote, but as a director of integration and then as Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of my country, then I had to negotiate the constitutive agreement, and also we amended it when we concluded the work. So I have like a personal link with this association and also with the country. Guatemala has played a protagonic role within the framework of our association, and we have participated in the different meetings, and we continue with this commitment. This constitutive agreement had as purpose to have the concerted work of the states. This commitment started with a shared vision that beyond our differences, we are united by a common identity through historical, cultural, historical links. The efforts of Colombia to continue promoting the association and to keep in force the agreements in the last summit of Guatemala, together with the support of the Secretary General. All this deserves our recognition. We are in a very important moment to increase the relevance of this association in the greater Caribbean, given the global situation that we're living with, phenomena, challenges that we must face as a strong bloc to guarantee human rights, peace, international security. Guatemala is a country with integration vocation and sees the greater Caribbean as a region with potential in order to move forward with firm steps towards the development of our people. We have a work agenda that gathers the actions carried out by the different bodies, special committees, institutional and governance matters, relations with third parties, and also the mobilization of the agreements that will become the foundation for the next chair. As of this moment, we are committing with our neighboring country, Panama, in order to work jointly and to support them in the pro-temporary chair that they will be assuming tomorrow. I would like to underscore the work carried out in the prep meeting in order to count on the documents that we are going to be adopting today, which is the base for tomorrow's summit in the city of Monteria. Likewise, a recognition to the Secretariat General led by the Secretary Noemi Espinosa and the team for the preparation of documents and for all the work they have performed prior to this week. You can count on our trust to continue working for the benefit of our association. Before wrapping up, I want to express my solidarity and commitment with Haiti, a brother country with which we have closely worked and one that we are supporting within the framework of the multinational force. I do not want to dwell on more topics, but I want to say that Guatemala approves the proposed agenda, and I want to thank the Colombian chair, for the excellent convening of this meeting. Thank you very much, Minister of Foreign Affairs. I would like to give the floor to the delegation of Nicaragua, then Panama and Barbados. Thank you. Good morning, members of the Executive Board. Ambassador Noemí Espinosa Madrid, Secretary General of AEC, ministers, heads of delegation, representatives of member states, associate members, observers, founding members, and observing associations, also the staff of the Secretariat General, special guests that are here with us, my dear friends. Allow me to send the greetings of the Republic of Guatemala, Daniel Ortega Saavedra and Rosario Murillo Zambrano, and also the greetings from the people of Guatemala to each and every one of you participating in this 30th ordinary meeting of ACS Ministerial Council. We would like to thank the Republic of Colombia, the outgoing chair of the Executive Board of ACS 2024-2025, for organizing this ministerial meeting and previous meetings. And we want to express our recognition to all the members of the Executive Board for their work in the Ministerial Council, and also in every single aspect related to the association. We want to congratulate Panama for the election as chair of the Executive Council of the Ministerial Board, the Ministerial Council 2025-2026, as well as the new chairs of the Special Commissions and the Caribbean Sea Commission of ACS. We wish you a fruitful performance. We want to thank the work of Ambassador Noemí Espinosa Madrid, Secretary General of ACS, and we want to thank her for her efforts for strengthening even more our association. We want to express the best wishes of Nicaragua for the progress of ACS and member states, mainly in the search of what this regional opportunity needs around the main topics faced in the world today. Within the framework of the 30th anniversary of the foundation of our Association of Caribbean States, we agree that there is a need to renew our commitment with regional integration and our will to continue working together as to maintain the Greater Caribbean as an area of peace, well-being, development that will benefit our people and future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicaragua. Panama, the floor is yours. Good morning, esteemed ministers and vice ministers, government representatives, secretaries and secretariats. I would like to extend fraternal greetings. The people of Panama and its president would like to say that I am glad. Today, the Caribbean is more united than ever, and it's not only because the sun is shining, but because of this meeting. Thank you, Colombia. Thank you, Laura, for bringing us together. We know that perhaps we would all prefer to be out at the beach, and especially in the city of Cartagena, that is so beautiful. But today, we have a good tide, as seafarers say, a good tide of ideas to share with respect and tolerance. Esteemed friends, Cartagena, throughout its history and its touristic and trade development, are a clear example of the essence of the Caribbean states. The fighting spirit of our peoples and the shores of connectivity and development. What a pleasure to see you here, so close together, islands and peoples, connected without the need of flights and ferries. But it's true that this regional integration we have, which must now be refocused on not only trade, is an area of great expectation. The ACS, the Association of Caribbean States, is a beacon for cooperation and unity in the Caribbean region, and is a clear example of the ties that unite us and the dreams that guide us. In the coming and going of the tide, we see a reflection of our diversity and our strengths. We are islands, we are coasts, we are cultures that are intertwined like a mosaic of languages, traditions, and shared hopes. From its beginnings 30 years ago, the ACS has been a bridge of solidarity, connecting our nations with a shared purpose. The well-being and protection of our shared environment. Within the framework of the ACS, we have always actively promoted its recognition as a region, a zone of peace, as well as initiatives to prevent and reduce the risk of catastrophes. Today, the world is experiencing conflicts that could have been avoided. Panama acknowledges the integrity of the territory of Ukraine and hope the efforts be made for fair peace to be found. As a zone of peace, the ACS has reiterated its commitment with and toward peace, stability, and the peaceful resolution of conflict. This is aligned with historic declarations made by organizations such as the ECLAC, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, that proclaimed Latin America and the Caribbean as a zone of peace during the second summit of the ECLAC held in Havana, Cuba. We, as nation-states, must make an effort for national sovereignty to be respected and for peaceful solutions to be found for the internal conflict in each piece and for the democratic elections to be respected. We must always promote constructive dialogue and regional integration, and we must reject the use of force. If we navigate together through sometimes calm waters and sometimes stormy waters, facing challenges with the resilience of those who know that future is built through cooperation and dialogue. This cooperation is essential to preventing catastrophes. We mentioned it here. The Caribbean is one of our most vulnerable regions in the world when it comes to natural disasters such as hurricanes, earthquakes, and an increase in sea level due to climate change, which is a reality. In Panama, we have already experienced this most recent phenomena. We have had to relocate a community to firm land because the island where they lived was progressively flooded as a result of sea level rise. Natural risk disaster reduction has become one of their priorities, and this is very understandable. We can mention certain initiatives, such as the creation of committees to reduce disaster risk. Organizations such as the UN, the ECLAC, and the Caribbean Emergency Response Team, as well as other partners, technical cooperation among members, early warning systems and protocols for fast response, the exchange of geospatial information to manage risk, the promotion of resilient infrastructure, and climate change adaptation. But this is not enough. Every time one of our islands is affected by a hurricane, it leads to a lag of many years of development. I can't say what is a better alternative, but I can say that what we're doing is not enough. Perhaps AI might serve to help mitigate some of these harms. We should not be afraid of it. I am more afraid of natural stupidity. Better coordination of our civil protection services, that we be the first to arrive when a catastrophe occurs, not the last. And that aid from the north that is welcome be coordinated by us. I will not take much more time, Colombia. The Caribbean Sea, this vast reflection of us, continues to be a symbol of our unwavering vision. May the spirit of the Association of Caribbean States continue to guide our steps toward a shared future of peace, prosperity, and sustainability. Esteemed representatives of the ACS, this summit must be a watershed moment. May these tools for cooperation always drive us toward new horizons. Thank you, Colombia. Thank you, Cartagena. And thank you to your good people.
Gracias, Ministro, por ese.
Thank you, Minister, for your message. I would like to hand the floor over to the delegation of Barbados and then Mexico.
Thank you very much. Permit me to say at the beginning that that which I am about to say comes from the heart and against the backdrop of a meeting at which, as we just heard from our Secretary General of CARICOM, CARICOM is seen as one of the founding observers of this body, and today half of CARICOM is missing from this assembly. It is a set of circumstances about which I take no pride, but about which I feel a duty to speak. This 30th anniversary meeting comes against a backdrop of an undermining of the multilateral effort. It comes against a backdrop of those who would undermine the multilateral effort, also seeking to undermine cooperation and unity and diversity and recognition of those things within this hemisphere. It comes against a backdrop of geopolitical hostility, and within our own community, our Association of Caribbean States, it comes against the backdrop of some introspection and soul searching, which obviously had to be done. And the question has been asked, I believe, by all of us around this table: what ultimately is our purpose, and how do we revitalize this critical institution and make it all that it was intended to be? And I want to begin by thanking you, Madam Secretary General, because you have taken some very important decisions to try to find common priorities. I think that it is only fair to recognize that you are shaping a long-term strategic plan, and I think that is the first of its kind. Despite what some may still call a youthful appearance, I first came to an ACS meeting as a Minister of Government in Barbados in the year 2003. So that is a little while ago. And much has changed since then. I want to say that while I recognize your work and I want to congratulate you for your work, I also want to emphasize the need for what I see as a duty that we have to save and to preserve this institution. It, in my judgment, must act as a political bloc capable of advocating on structural challenges which obviously are impacting the Greater Caribbean area and about which we as the Greater Caribbean area assembled in this association cannot remain silent. I want to give you a few examples of where I see and feel the need for advocacy and where I sense that there has been either a silence or if our voice was in fact heard, it was hardly noticed. The challenge for those of us in CARICOM, I think, is self-evident. We sit at the juncture and the intersection of climate crisis and the debt crisis. Not because we have mismanaged, because I think it is true to say of almost all the countries in CARICOM that they're exceptionally well managed, but they're also highly indebted small island states. We are visited on an annual basis by a cycle of destruction by virtue of the climate within which we must function. And the consequences of that destruction means that there must be, at market prices, rebuilding and redevelopment. And that often comes not only at great cost, but at great discrimination. Loans in Barbados, for example, where we've had to build a boardwalk on our south coast and another on our west coast in order to protect our shoreline, in order to protect low-lying coastal investment and infrastructure, and to protect livelihoods on those coasts. Those loans come on the capital market at 14% interest rates. In the United Kingdom, the same purpose of a loan for similar challenges being confronted on coastal communities in the United Kingdom is going to cost them 3%. And it therefore means that the disparity is something about which we must speak as small island developing states. But we must, I think, also have the support and the confidence and the knowledge that the ACS, which is an assembly of all of us with similar experiences, must also have their voice heard. I think that the battle for loss and damage, the battle for debt pause clauses where our ministers of finance are able to say we pause the debt repayments for a period of 2 years or whatever time so as to enable us not to be forced to have a choice between repaying a debt commitment and rebuilding a hospital, repaying a debt commitment and rebuilding schools that have been destroyed in a hurricane. That type of approach, which is now finally been recognized as being valid by the World Bank, it is recognized as being valid by UK investment, it is identified as being valid by the French who seek to lend money, and even by the IMF. But in that process of that struggle and in that fight and in that debate, I don't know that I ever heard the voice of the ACS being heard. And I think that without wanting to lay the blame squarely there, it is part of the reason why I am sensing a slow but certain creep away from commitment to this ACS on the part of some of our core member states. And that is something that we have to valiantly fight to avoid. Beyond that, the second vulnerability that I want to draw to your attention is the dependence that we have in CARICOM in particular on Western economic activity. And we are created as states in the periphery of the great neighbor to the north. And that great neighbor to the north is increasingly unkindly disposed towards us. The COVID experience taught us in CARICOM a very important lesson. 11 of our CARICOM states found themselves as being among the top 20 countries in the world with severe GDP decline. Let me put that differently. Our 11 of our states in CARICOM suffered the worst GDP decline during the COVID shutdown. And that is precisely because of the fact that we were travel and tourism dependent economies. And while we fought our way back from that set of circumstances, again, we did so without hearing the voice of the ACS in the context of those challenges. And I want to say that the example of our debt challenges, the example of our development and structural challenges are not unique. It is not unique to Barbados, as it is not unique to CARICOM, and I suspect it is something that most countries around this table feel to some extent. And to the extent that we differ, it is a difference largely in degree and not a difference in kind. And therefore, what I want to do in this intervention is to urge the ACS to see as part of its mandate on the way forward to be a voice of advocacy. I think that were my friends from Antigua present at this meeting, they would tell you that they have put forward for the world to consider a very exciting and intellectually stimulating proposal called the Antigua-Barbuda Agenda for Small Island States. Again, I don't know that the ACS partnered with them. In Barbados, we put forward what we hope people would feel was a very thought-provocative Bridgetown agenda. And I know that the ACS did not partner with us. And what we have are small states fighting battles against the world on mighty issues. And we feel as though we are paddling a canoe sometimes by ourselves. And there has to be a greater sharing of this burden, a greater sharing of the intellectual heavy lifting, a greater sharing of the common agenda, which ultimately we all have, because the climate crisis in Barbados is really the climate crisis in Colombia, as it is the climate crisis in Honduras or in Panama or in any of our other member states. And that synergy of effort is what I suspect may be missing from our process. And I want to urge you in your capacity as a new Secretary General, while I wish you all the very best in your endeavors, I want to urge you to take that on board, because as I said at the beginning, it is a piece of heartfelt advice as I observe the absence of some of my colleagues from participation in this meeting at a time when there really should be more cooperation and collaboration in this region. I'm obliged to you.
Gracias.
Thank you. I want to remind you the order. Mexico, well, he just gave the names of the countries to be participating now, starting with Mexico. Special greetings to Her Excellency Laura Saravia Torre, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia and Chair of the Ministerial Council of ACS, Her Excellency Noemí Espinosa Madrid, Secretary General of ACS, Vice Minister of Colombia Mauricio Jaramillo, distinguished ministers of Foreign Affairs of member states of ACS, distinguished heads of delegations to this 13th ordinary meeting of the ACS Ministerial Council. Receive special greetings for Mr. Juan Ramón de la Fuente, Secretary of Foreign Affairs of Mexico, who has asked me to participate in such an important event to our region. Mexico commenced the celebration of the 30th anniversary of the creation of ACS in this same city, Port of Cartagena. It was in 1994 when the agreements of Cartagena were signed, when our association saw the light for the first time as a cooperation forum to promote the Greater Caribbean and to obtain the support of member states. Mexico has an outlook focused on the Caribbean because Mexico is also Caribbean. not having only shorelines that look at the region, but sharing a common history under the conviction that the greater Caribbean is an area that should have greater visibility in the international arena, as well as the importance of promoting investment and cooperation among member states that encourages our active participation in the special committees of which Mexico has been a member to since its first joined the association in 1994. We commend the work that the Secretariat General has developed in these few months of its management. This shows the commitment with ACS in its renewal and consolidation in a changing and uncertain world. As the one in which we live, this 30th ordinary meeting of the Ministerial Council will allow us to go over the achievements during this period that concludes now, and also to acknowledge the great work of Colombia as chair of the Ministerial Council. Their intense work within the framework of the 30th anniversary of our association has served to promote ACS in different fora, as well as to strengthen alliances with partners in the area of development and cooperation. I would like to express my thanks to the chair of Colombia for being the venue of this meeting and for the 10th Summit of Heads of State and Governments in Monteria tomorrow. ACS is facing huge challenges, many of which have already been mentioned here, and this forces us, the member states, to comply with our commitment, the payment of the dues, the participation in special committees covering the vacancies of high-level officers. These are still pending tasks, and we must offer our support to the Secretariat General so that ACS will move forward to a better future. The Secretariat General has supported the strategic plan and the action plan. This will give greater momentum to the association as to face the challenges existing in the current international arena and could have serious affectations for the Caribbean. We would like to welcome Panama as chair of the Ministerial Council for the period 25-26, hoping that its election is a step forward in having ACS a cooperation forum that promotes the greater Caribbean. And as of this moment, you can count on the support of Mexico in this new stage of the association. Thank you very much. Many thanks to Mexico. St. Kitts and Nevis has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished colleagues, senior officials, I bring you warm greetings from the government and the people of St. Kitts, St. Christopher, and Nevis. We are a small island developing state found within the Eastern Caribbean, a member of the Caribbean community, a country filled with people that are resilient, rich with culture, and warmth that is ideally Kittitian Nevian. The Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis at this juncture wishes to extend to the Secretary General the ACS Secretariat, and by extension, the Government of Colombia, for the opportunity to be a part of this 30th Ministerial Council meeting here in Cartagena. This relationship can be dated back to 1994, right here in Cartagena, with the vision to promote a more integrated Caribbean space at a regional level. It is both timely and inspiring that we gather to reflect on the vibrant ties and shared heritage between the Caribbean region and Colombia, intertwined through music, language, dance, food, and traditions shaped by African, indigenous, and European influences. This deep cultural affinity lays a strong foundation for strategic partnerships that celebrate and strengthen our regional identity. In the grand scope of international affairs, small island states continue to face growing global challenges on multiple levels. Currently, countries within our region are on the front line as it relates to climate change, amongst many other challenges. Opportunities such as these afford small island developing states a platform to be heard and is a voice for our people back at home. This must continue to echo through every hallway and corridor that we find ourselves in as global challenges affect our beautiful islands quite severely. At this time, global partnerships are vitally important and integral for our own sustainability. It is therefore imperative that the messages being echoed is received or are received and considered by all actors within the global sphere for a greater Caribbean. Small island states house large oceanic waters that are needed for our own human and planetary health, as well as food security. The increase in sea level rise threatens all borders and all people. The effects of climate change on small island developing states are not a mere myth, but as an ongoing occurrence. It only takes one powerful hurricane to destroy years of development, infrastructure, and our livelihoods. Hence, this is why climate justice and climate financing are not merely topics of discussion for SIDS, but a pressing need for SIDS as well. It is for this reason financing has been and will continue to be at the forefront of every conversation in contemporary times in addressing SIDS challenges, as was alluded to a moment ago by Barbados. We believe that it is time for this reason, it is time and it is for this reason why we continue to push for the multidimensional vulnerability index, because the traditional measures of development do not sufficiently capture our own vulnerabilities. As we sit and engage with each other at this meeting, we would want to use this opportunity to find a way as we navigate these turbulent times in our region. The challenges in energy security, the challenges in water security, and food security for our countries and our citizens are all related to the effects of climate change. And so today, we welcome collaborative partnerships with our fellow member states, both at the public and private sector levels, to overcome these challenges through investment initiatives and opportunities. We are open for business in St. Kitts and Nevis. But this occasion is also an opportunity to reflect on the global challenges in trade, with increased cost of living, challenges to access international financing as highly indebted countries whose debt stocks are related to rebuilding infrastructure destroyed by the effects of climate change. ACS must have a clear voice on these challenging issues, together with the unacceptable situation in a number of our CARICOM countries, like the situation in Haiti alluded to earlier. Haiti is a member of CARICOM. Haiti is sitting at this table as a member of this Ministerial Council. Let our voice be heard on the global stage, to speak out on the global challenges that the people of Haiti continue to face. Let our voice as ACS be heard in the various corridors of power, of influence and decision-making, so that the people of one of our fellow member states are given a fair chance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra el
Thank you. The government of Haiti is recognized. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will start by greeting the Minister, Mauricio Jaramillo, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I would like to greet Noemi Espinosa, Secretary General of ACS. Ladies, gentlemen, ministers, heads of delegations, special guests, once again, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to participate in the 30th Ordinary Meeting of the ACS Ministerial Council, and where we deal with our topics of resilience. The reason why we are here in such an attractive place, it creates a lot of solidarity. First of all, I would like to share my thanks and recognition to the government of Colombia. And I want to thank the contributions of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Laura Saravia Torres, for hosting this event. I also would like to commend the Secretary General, Madame Noemi Espinosa, and her team for the impeccable organization of this event. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this 30th Ordinary Meeting is taking place in a decisive moment for our organization vis-à-vis important geopolitical changes which affect the traditional alliances, multilateralism, the economic balance. the exchanges that take place here translate the common goal of working together to make of these uncertainties an opportunity to renew and strengthen our relations, and also strengthening our efforts to work together in our association. I'm pleased with the strategic vision document 2025-2035 to have a strategy to develop a more committed, stronger, sound association, which takes into account resilience and action for the benefit of the greater Caribbean. Haiti will always be present to make contributions to that new strategic vision of our association, as to also face the difficulties that we all face as countries. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, the Haitian population doesn't have too much because Haitian representatives, we attend different fora. We present our speeches, but that's never translated into real and concrete results in the daily lives of our people. That is why my delegation and my team have decided to be very brief today in our interventions. And we would like to insist on thanking those that have been developing advocacy strategies on our behalf and as a result of the problems we face. The vision of Haitian Foreign Affairs are focused today mainly on this axis that we need to reinforce and consolidate, and also because of our African descent. And we are here in ACS not only for the island states, but for all those who share the Caribbean Sea. Those that with much decision and force continue fighting for Haiti. And we want to express our gratitude, and we just would like to say that we need to transform the discourse into action. We invite you to continue supporting us in the different fora in which you participate, United Nations, OAS, in all the regional fora, to solve this multidimensional crisis, mainly the security crisis. We are a transition government, and we always have to face, and as I have said, we have only 6 months, because hopefully next year we'll need to have an elected president, but without that joint effort around the security crisis, even with elections and constitutional reforms, it is not going to be possible to materialize this. So on behalf of the delegation of Haiti, I would like to thank you for your solidarity, and we know that we can still count on the countries of the greater Caribbean.
Thank you, Haiti. The Costa Rica delegation has the floor. Thank you very much, and good afternoon. President, Executive Secretary, Excellencies, delegates, colleagues, and friends. I would like to begin by thanking Colombia as the host of this summit in this beautiful and magical city of Cartagena. Costa Rica takes the floor on behalf of the President of the Republic and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who, given their agenda, have not been able to join us. On their behalf and on behalf of the Republic, I would like to thank the coordination done by the pro tempore presidency, as well as the preparatory work done that have allowed us to reach today in a spirit of dialogue, discussion, and agreement, which we are certain will contribute to bring about progress, positive progress for the region. Finally, I would like to wish our neighboring country, Panama, great success in the PPT they are taking on. We would like to reiterate our willingness to continue to work together, just as we have done historically, both bilaterally as well as in the multilateral fora, such as today's. Thank you very much.
Gracias a Costa Rica.
Thank you, Costa Rica. Dominican Republic, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, and ministers representing the Caribbean states, Your Excellency Noemi Espinosa, as well as the Secretary General and Observer States. On behalf of our Minister Roberto Alvarez, I would like to express our immense gratefulness for the warm hospitality extended to us by the Republic of Colombia. We would like to make use of this occasion to sincerely congratulate Colombia for the coordination done throughout this year of presidency, which has allowed for this historic meeting to take place, which has once more demonstrated its committed leadership with the principles that we share in this international community. This event is a valuable opportunity to recognize the progress made in all the work done. It has been a collective effort by all countries members that has allowed us to strengthen our ties. The Association of Caribbean States is facing two challenges. The first is an institutional challenge, finding a way to strengthen the association even more. On the second is the challenge that member states face, which is how we can unite more. We face challenges in the spheres of transportation. For example, we see that sometimes flying to a neighboring island is sometimes even more expensive than flying to another continent. And the same when it comes to trade, but among us, it's sometimes more expensive than it were outside of our continent. So these are shared challenges, no doubt, that we can overcome. I would like to reiterate our firm commitment to back the 2022-2028 action plan adopted in the previous ordinary meeting of this council. It's an ambitious agenda that has been well structured with proposals that are framed within the priorities of the region, which includes sustainable development and protecting the environment, the digital transformation of our economies, promoting tourism as an engine for growth and employment, as well as disaster risk reduction and management. I would like to call attention to disaster risks in our region. The Caribbean Sea is increasingly exposed to this atmospheric phenomena. We are exposed to large cyclones, and one cyclone can send each of our economies back 10 or 20 years. So we need to be prepared for events such as these. We believe it's important to strengthen and diversify our strategic alliances with other organizations for multilateral organization in order to bridge gaps that we are still facing when it comes to development, connectivity, resilience, and the coordination of these efforts and experiences and resources, which will allow us to progress with greater efficacy to develop a more prosperous, united Caribbean. We see how other regions, when exporting to other continents, take an added value from each country in the region. But when we export a product to another continent, although there might not be much added value, we need to have the productive change in place and partner, which would certainly benefit us all. The Dominican Republic would like to exhort for greater cooperation. We would like to reiterate the words by the representative of Haiti. Haiti requires all of our cooperation, and we would like to request that each state cooperate based on their capacities with our brother nation of Haiti. And something key in our region that has been mentioned is peace. Ladies and gentlemen, without peace among us, we will not have tourism, nor will we have trade, nor will we be good neighbors. And this is key. Our main asset in the Caribbean is peace. And in closing, I would like to quote two words expressed by our General Maximo Gomez, a Dominican general that fought for the independence of Cuba. When meeting with Apostol Martin and our General Maximo Gomez, he said, when referring to our people, unity and agreement. What is that? It's reaching an agreement for all with a shared goal. And this is my invitation to all nation states in line with our general union and agreement. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dominican Republic. I would like to hand the floor over to the Venezuelan delegation. Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. President of the Council of Ministers and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, Laura Sarabia, Honorable Ministers of Foreign Affairs, and representatives of member states and associate members, observer nations. Her Excellency, Ambassador Noemi Espinosa. I would like to begin by greeting you on behalf of our President, Nicolás Maduro, and our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Pinto, from the Republic of Venezuela. I would like to begin by reaffirming the unbreakable commitment that Venezuela has with regional cooperation, concerted efforts, and the founding principles of the ACS. Selecting Cartagena as a meeting place is filled with symbolism because this city is where on July 24 of 1994, not much more than 30 years ago, the agreement was signed which gave birth to our association. Today, by meeting again here,
honramos a la unión y a la integración regional como pilares
we are honoring union and integration as founding pillars of the ACS. Thank you to Colombia's Caribbean for its warmth and heat that allows us to feel at home in the Caribbean. In these 30 years, we have faced immense challenges. Today, we are witness to an increasingly acute climate crisis, coastal erosion, water security being affected, and loss of life. This is why the Declaration of Monteria is of utmost importance. As mentioned by Minister Sarabia, we are not only victims of climate change, but we must also be key players to find solutions. Additionally, there are the illegal, coercive, unilateral measures that are imposed extraterritorially by hegemonic powers looking to undermine the sovereignty of our states and impose political, social, and economic conditions that are not in line with self-determination. Venezuela is another brother of the Caribbean, such as Cuba or Nicaragua, that has been a victim of these criminal acts that have impacted our economy and affected our ability to guarantee fundamental rights such as health and food for our peoples. But the consequences of these measures are not limited to our country. Their impact reaches the entire region, distorting trade, blocking financing lines, and disrupting technical cooperation. In the case of Venezuela, these measures have been obstructing access to financial services structurally, limiting international transactions and standing in the way of us meeting our financial obligations. However, we are firm in meeting our obligations, specifically with this association. Going beyond the blockade, I'd like to highlight the fact that it's not just an administrative effort. Venezuela believes in the ACS and defends it as a platform for legitimate cooperation. With solidarity, esteemed ministers, colleagues, and attendees. The ACS is a reality. We would like to greet the process of drafting the strategic plan for 2025-2035, which is a concrete opportunity for strengthening the operational capacities of the association to optimize coordination amongst its bodies and to align our regional priorities in line with a shared vision of sustainable development, effective integration, and resilience. We would like to congratulate the Secretariat for their efforts, and we wish you the greatest success, Panama, when chairing the Council of Ministers for the next period. Now, the conceptual drafting of this plan and the historic place in which the vision is presented and the landmark moment makes us reflect on the current state of the association. We must not forget the successes made by the ACS institutionally and multilaterally. It's a serious, credible organization that inspires the trust required to be able to have a global influence and to create cooperation with important stakeholders. We all know that institutionality and credibility that the ACS has is an asset in and of itself, and it will allow us to channel cooperation with extra-regional stakeholders of importance in the international sphere. Venezuela is committed to support the ACS in this stage and makes itself fully available to support in this regard. No one can doubt the active role Venezuela has had in the region, always committed to cooperation and the well-being of the Caribbean. I'm not saying this from a perspective of rhetoric, but rather because we are interested in advancing this debate. We have a vision of integration which we have maintained even in the most adverse of circumstances. It is based on this vision that we have developed successful tools over the years, such as Petrocaribe, El Alba, humanitarian and health missions, scholarships for students in need, as well as financing for large infrastructure projects and emergency assistance in the case of disaster, synergy and joint work for developing tourism, and most recently with Agro Alba and Agro Azul initiatives, just to mention a few. All of these symbols of cooperation have been and will continue to be to the service of this continent, region, and the ACS. We are willing to offer these tools with a real impact that are born in the South to develop joint solutions based on our capabilities and strengths. Venezuela also reiterates its willingness to address new proposals and concrete actions for regional cooperation and developing the 25-35 plan and for the continued strengthening of the ACS. We are also willing to provide human resources to strengthen the Secretariat and Association, and we are convinced this will be key to develop a more integrated, fair, and sovereign Caribbean. We must also pay attention to the urgent matter of covering the seats of direction, which limit our ability to coordinate. The association must have a more active coordination role so it cannot continue to operate with incomplete structures. Your Excellencies, colleagues, the climate emergency and the food fragility requires that we leave inertia behind. This must not be a matter of discourse, but rather a constant practice. Cooperation must be seen and reflected in concrete projects that bring about well-being for our peoples, promote sustainable development, and increase our ability to respond to shared challenges. Venezuela ratifies its position to contribute to air connectivity, food security, maritime connectivity, and climate change mitigation. Our shared story of fighting colonialism and external domination calls on us to write a new page of compassion and dignity. May this be a place for action, tangible proposals, and true solidarity. I couldn't close without mentioning the horrors suffered by the population of Gaza. More than 64,000 people have died. In the West Bank, 65,000 people have been displaced. I believe we must make a regional effort so as to be able to constantly denounce these events occurring. Venezuela stands firm, committed to the principles of self-determination, justice, equity, and a shared responsibility. We are always willing to share with you a stronger, fair, and solidary Caribbean. Thank you very much. Thank you to the delegation of Venezuela. Jamaica, the floor is yours.
Senior Vice Ministro, I want to thank you and your government for the warm and gracious hospitality you have extended to us. Other distinguished foreign ministers of the Association of Caribbean States, Madame la Secretaria General, to whom I extend our thanks and best wishes to you and your team for the organization of this meeting. Other heads of delegation and delegates, representative of Associate and Observer States, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to represent the government of Jamaica, extending regrets for the unavoidable absence of Senator the Honorable Kamina Johnson-Smith, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Jamaica. Let me extend the warmest congratulations to the ACS family on its celebration of 30 years of existence, over which it has secured a steady record of achievements, which give meaning to its work to promote the interests of the Caribbean states in the region. Naturally, there are other areas on which we could give better account of our stewardship, and I here commend for serious contemplation the remarks offered this morning by the Foreign Minister of Barbados. The ACS is an organization for which CARICOM countries make great sacrifice to support as we believe in its higher possibilities and virtues. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. It is for this reason that we must continue to provide critical support to Haiti. The multilateral support mission is authorized by the United Nations, of which we are all members. While led by Kenya, it counts on the participation of some CARICOM member states. Other countries in the region have provided important support, including for medical evacuation. This mission continues to need the support of the region. As said by the Secretary General of CARICOM, this is an act of humanity. It is to be acknowledged that a foundational principle of the relationships which we seek to enjoy within this community is a collective will to promote unity. This must be the basis of our support for each other as we make best use of the opportunities we enjoy and to confront challenges which inhibit our greater development nationally and regionally. I extend a special word of appreciation to the government and people of Colombia, who epitomize this recognition of the value of a unified Caribbean. Only yesterday, CARICOM and Colombia reaffirmed the essential elements which characterize their cooperation in important areas, among them climate change, biodiversity, disaster preparedness, sports, and cultural exchange. Our meeting during this Grand Caribbean Week is therefore most timely. Jamaica, as a small island developing state, remains supportive of concrete, targeted strategies aimed at strengthening and promoting peace, cooperation, and financing for development, all priorities set by the government in the current global climate. Indeed, we recognize the aspirations for the greater Caribbean to become a zone of peace and cooperation. Ours has been a strong voice in both regional and global fora, advocating for international concessional financing being provided to our countries in the region to address climate adaptation and mitigation, as well as other challenges to sustainable development. And here I'd like to commend the contributions which were made by the panelists this morning, embracing collectively various areas of our aspirations as we seek to promote our development at various levels and in various ways. As a global community, we continue to engage in fora intended to seek and arrive at consensus on how we can provide assistance, especially in the area of financing for development. We look forward to the outcomes of the Third Oceans Conference, the Conference on Financing for Development, and COP30. As small island developing states, we have a particular interest in the agreements which take our peculiar interests into account. In just 2 days from now, we enter the Atlantic hurricane season, which for many is a time of great anxiety. We spend the first 6 months of the year preparing, and the next holding our breaths collectively. Building resilience in our economy and society is our goal. We want to ensure that our systems, our institutions, and our people can build back stronger, better, and more quickly after each event, if it occurs. We share this aspiration with all of you who are in some way or another affected by these events which are outside of our control. And we hope that as like-minded countries, we see the need to work together to achieve better outcomes. Our principles must be the same in whatever the fora within which we operate. This region, this organization has more in common than that which divides us. We may come from different points in our respective processes of development, but our goals and aspirations to improve the lot of our peoples are the same. I hope that we will leave this meeting and the summit which follows tomorrow committed to securing for the organization over the next 30 years a more ambitious record, one of unity, cooperative relations, and improved conditions for the development of our countries and our people, building on what we have achieved and what exists among us as a collective. I thank you very much.
Gracias a la...
Thank you to the delegation of Jamaica. Some logistic affairs. We still have Martinique, Belize, Suriname, Cuba. So after that, we're going to break for lunch. We need to do it this way so we can really meet our schedule. So I would like to give the floor to the delegation of Martinique. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Señoras, señores, ministros, viceministros, embajadores, secretaria general, distinguished delegate, distinguished guests, shared colleagues. I wish you, on behalf of the Executive Council of Martinique, we would like to express our thanks for the hospitality of the Colombian government and its people to organize this high-level meeting. Thank Colombia for your hospitality. Thank you for this at the political level, also at the level of the city. You have made us feel at home, and it's the country of beauty. That is what I've read. Transmitting the color, the joy, but also resilience and enthusiasm. This reminded me of Martinique. We are facing a very similar regional and international scenario because of geopolitical alliances and the increase in the consequences of climate change. And mainly geopolitical issues for the Greater Caribbean. We really have to speak up. We have to advocate our interest, and we have to participate in international fora, which are not that stable. The commitments of the past are being affected, so there's much fragility. And in that context of uncertainty, a region must respond to the situation and must adopt or accept these opportunities to build a greater Caribbean based on our common ocean, based on our common diversity and culture. We have many advantages with these exchanges yesterday, and the new dynamics promoted by the Secretary General. This have included a transformative, inclusive framework that puts resilience and cooperation in the core of the Caribbean project. In this debate around about Afro-descendants. And obviously, Martinique is quite present in the debate around Afro-descendants. We will adopt the Declaration of Monteria that includes the political members, and it's a very important role of inclusion recognition. And I want to express my gratitude to all the delegations that have worked on that declaration, the signature in Bridgetown last year on collectivity, Martinique, as part of this adhesion process of our territory to CARICOM is a milestone in our integration process regarding regional dynamic. Martinique is a Caribbean territory given its geography, culture, but also given its will. Ladies and gentlemen, our region is in a crossroads, logistic fragmentation, climate change, food crisis, economic crisis. This should be faced with a deeper, more structured solution, which should be operational among all of us. The Caribbean Sea is not a border. It's a common space. It is our script. It is our link, which enables to promote a new century of inclusive prosperity. And Martinique will engage in this, will participate in all those special committees, in all the work groups, as to put in place and come up with a strategic vision from the digital standpoint, from the standpoint of culture, education, health, as to leverage a well-being and a hope for life. She's speaking in Creole. We believe in a greater Caribbean that defends climate justice, inclusion, peace, and shared sovereignty. And we are very proud of contributing to this vision. Thank you very much. The last intervention will be that of Suriname. Then we'll have the presentation of the Secretariat General on the report to the Ministerial Council regarding the strategic vision. It will be a short presentation of 10 minutes. And right after that, we'll break for lunch. So now I would like to give the floor to Cuba. Good morning, Vice Minister Mauricio Jaramillo. Our greetings. And also, we want to greet Laura Saravia, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Secretary General Nomi Espinosa Madrid, ministers, vice minister, heads of delegation. First and foremost, I would like to acknowledge Colombia as chair of the Ministerial Council during this period, in which, on behalf of the group of three, it has kept the vitality of the association, and it has deployed a very active agenda, mainly in the environmental scenario. Cuba has worked hand in hand with Colombia in one of the vice presidencies or vice chairs of ACES, and also as chair of the Caribbean Sea Commission. This coincides with a priority we give to the collective treatment of these topics around climate change and sargassum crisis, which is affecting the environmental and tourism of our countries and territories. We are aware that we have to continue working, increasing the responsibility and the joint political will with the closest neighbors. We have diagnostics, we have an action plan, and also an implementation plan. And now we are going to work on a strategic plan exercise, notwithstanding this, the practical actions to meet our goals are still lagging behind. We acknowledge that the access to resources on the side of ACS by member states and associates is still a very complex process which faces many obstacles. Hence, we must decide to work harder and to give a priority to the resource mobilization process for the projects that we have already defined and agreed upon. We believe that the treatment, organization, and the deployment of joint actions which facilitate the reactivation of cooperation among us and with the potential actors and donors is of paramount importance in order for our organization to be more effective and to present tangible outcomes. We want to thank and congratulate Panama for chairing this ministerial meeting by the ungrouped group and celebrating the 30th anniversary of ACS. We want to reiterate the desire to work together with the Executive Council of the Association and with the Secretariat for the attainment of the main goals of the association. And we want to ratify our commitment with the works of the Caribbean Sea Commission, which commission we want to continue chairing with the participation of our subject matter experts to support our common area. Thank you very much. We would like to thank Cuba, and I would like to give the floor to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you very much, the Chair, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. Good afternoon. I bring you greetings from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Over a year ago, Hurricane Beryl, an unprecedented Category 5 storm and the earliest ever recorded in the Atlantic, devastated St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Also, our brothers and sisters in Grenada. On Union Island, one of the islands belonging to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 90% of the homes were destroyed or damaged. More than 5,000 persons were displaced. 6 lives were tragically lost. The storm inflicted US $231 million in damage, equivalent to 22% of our GDP. We are still in the rebuilding process, and I want to reiterate our thanks to all our sister nations who provided assistance in some way or the other in our time of need. The 1st of June is quickly approaching, which would mark 1 year. Hurricane Beryl reminded us that climate change is not a future threat. It is a present crisis. And it is not a great equalizer. It is a force that widens existing inequalities. From small island developing states to continental partners, we all face distinct vulnerabilities that must be met with targeted, timely, and just financing. We call for a structured climate finance architecture, one that moves with the speed and scale required by frontline states like those in the Eastern Caribbean and our CARICOM region. We must also confront the socioeconomic disparities that persist across our region. Development gaps, uneven infrastructure, and unequal access to opportunity challenge the promise of greater Caribbean unity. We welcome collaboration tailored to our different realities grounded in mutual respect and shared responsibility. In this spirit, Mr. Chair, we echo the call for stronger regional integration, beginning with improved air connectivity. It cannot be that our citizens are better linked to metrophiles outside the region than to their neighbors within it. Mobility is not a luxury. It is a bloodstream of our integration and essential for trade, tourism, health cooperation, and cultural exchanges. As we speak of peace, Mr. Chair, let us not do so selectively. St. Vincent and the Grenadines continues to stand firmly in solidarity with the people of Palestine. We uphold the principles of international law, the right to self-determination, and the pursuit of a just and lasting peace based on dignity, sovereignty, and security for all peoples. Likewise, Mr. Chair, colleagues, distinguished foreign ministers, the plight and indeed the flight of the Haitian people must not be forgotten. Haiti, the first Black republic, once lit the torch of liberation for our hemisphere. Today, its people remain burdened by political instability, humanitarian crisis, and external neglect. We, the Caribbean family, must stand shoulder to shoulder with Haiti, not with charity, but with committed, coordinated support grounded in history, justice, and fraternity. My country, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, reiterates the Argyll Declaration and also look forward for peace within and among our ACS states, namely between Venezuela and Guyana. As we approach the 10th ACS Summit, St. Vincent and the Grenadines renews its commitment to a revitalized association, one that is bold in its leadership, agile in its response, and unwavering in its defense of the Caribbean Sea and its people. Let us bind the wounds of disaster with the threads of unity. Let us match the fury of storms with the force of our conviction. Let us build a Caribbean where no nation stands alone and where the rhythm of resilience echoes from reef to ridge, from quay to capital. This, my brothers and comrades, is our charge, our challenge, and our chance. I thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a San Vicente y las Granadinas.
Thank you very much to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Now we would like to give the floor to Belize.
Thank you, Vice Minister. I wish to offer greetings from the Honorable Francis Fonseca, Belize's Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, who could not be here due to the ongoing budgetary debate back home. We wish to acknowledge the host of this meeting, the government of the Republic of Colombia. Truly, the beauty of your country and your people is matched only by the warmth and hospitality. We acknowledge Her Excellency Laura Sarabia, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia. Her combination of youthful exuberance and expertise he possesses are indeed inspiring. We pay tribute to Her Excellency Noemi Espinosa Madrid, the Secretary General of the Association of Caribbean States. As nuestro vecino, Honduras, we are bound by much more than the Caribbean Sea in this or ACS family. We certainly wish to pay or show appreciation to former Secretary General of the ACS, His Excellency Rodolfo Sabonghe, whose legacy is bringing some practical innovation to the Association of Caribbean States. Ministers of Foreign Affairs, member states, associate members, heads of delegations of observers, distinguished delegates. In the current milieu of uncertainty as a result of the triple planetary crises that we face, the government of Belize reaffirms its commitment to the ACS's foundational principles as a means to collectively address our shared challenges and achieve sustainable development across the Greater Caribbean through functional cooperation and concerted action. We are convinced that the ACS has the potential to be the preeminent organization it was intended to be, if we would only lend it our full support. In this regard, I wish to draw attention to the challenges regarding the financial situation of the organization and call on member states to pay contributions in full and on time, and for the Secretariat to be good stewards of its budget so that the organization will be viable and effective. Belize encourages a greater synergy in the work of the association with the founding observers such as CARICOM and SICA, to which Belize belongs. During this time of paucity of development financing from the Global North, the work of the Cooperation and Resource Mobilization Committee will become increasingly vital in the years ahead. The government of Belize has therefore expressed its interest in serving on one of the posts for vice chair of the Cooperation and Mobilization Committee, and if successful, we are very willing to share our expertise and proven track record in securing innovative financing mechanisms such as we experience in the Debt for Nature swaps and the Belize Blue Bond Initiative. Belize, like the rest of the Greater Caribbean, is extremely vulnerable to the well-known devastating impacts of climate change. According to credible reports, we have already surpassed the 1.5-degree global warming threshold expected to pass the threshold by the first half of the 2030s, which presents an existential threat for all of us. We therefore call for enhanced regional resilience through collaboration on climate change adaptation, mitigation strategies, and robust disaster preparedness and response mechanisms. For instance, the shared early warning systems and coordinated humanitarian efforts. At the multilateral level, we must continue to raise our collective voices through the UN system. At COP30 and other relevant fora, we must lobby for greater access to climate financing for small island developing states and low-lying coastal states, especially through grants and not loans, recognizing the disproportionate impact of climate change on the region. We also attach great importance to the work of the Caribbean Sea Commission and its crucial importance in protecting and sustainably managing the Caribbean Sea as shared patrimony. Tourism accounts for approximately 40% of Belize's gross domestic product. As such, we underscore the importance of the Sustainable Tourism Zone of the Greater Caribbean Initiative and encourage its further progress in its implementation and evaluation. Given the tremendous importance of this industry to all our ACS member states, we must continue to develop and implement sustainable tourism practices, including ecotourism and community-based tourism, to ensure the long-term viability of this sector and benefits for local populations. We must also encourage diversification and innovation as a result of lessons learned post the COVID-19 pandemic. As it relates to trade and economic development, we must continue to search for ways to achieve regional connectivity by air, sea, and in the digital sphere. This will encourage people-to-people exchanges as well as assist small and medium-sized enterprises. We must also support initiatives like the ACS Business Travel Card Scheme to facilitate the movement of persons within the Greater Caribbean, which will in turn promote economic growth and investment. It is worthy of note that this meeting, with its theme, United for Life, towards a more sustainable Greater Caribbean, is being hosted at this historic venue, which served as the backdrop for the signature of the convention establishing the ACS in July 1994, almost 31 years ago. My government, the government of Belize, is confident that if we implement the Cartagena Declaration, which is to be adopted by our leadership at tomorrow's summit, we will be able to have a more resilient, prosperous, and sustainably developed Greater Caribbean, united to address shared challenges and to maximize common opportunities for the benefit of our peoples. I thank you.
Thank you, Belize. And now I give the floor to the government of Suriname.
Thank you, Vice Minister. Excellencies, Ministers of Foreign Affairs of ACS Member States, Your Excellency Noemi Espinosa, Secretary General of the Association of Caribbean States, other heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Surinamese delegation, I commend the Government of Colombia for the excellent arrangements put in place and the warm hospitality extended to us in the beautiful city of Cartagena de Indias since the day of our arrival. It is an honor to participate and represent Suriname at this 30th and ordinary meeting of the ACS Ministerial Council. Suriname was honored and pleased to host the 29th ordinary meeting of this council last year in Paramaribo, emphasizing the importance of improved cooperation between member states and the ACS and to promote regional integration within the 5 focal areas. This ministerial meeting in Paramaribo was marked by significant developments, including the handover of the chairmanship to the Republic of Colombia. And we continued to participate in the executive board of this ministerial council in the function of rapporteur. We commend Colombia for its excellent chairmanship of the ACS in the past year and in conducting and defining the vision and mission of the ACS for the coming 10 years. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the Greater Caribbean stands to benefit best from concerted efforts in enhancing intra-regional trade and competitiveness, preserving biodiversity and the environment, as well as improve the quality of life and well-being of our people. Current challenges which transcend national borders with widespread impact on people and livelihoods can only be effectively addressed through dialogue and a genuine political will to make a change. This requires a stronger, united organization that also looks ahead and is actively engaged with other regional and global entities so as to ensure that it remains a relevant actor on the international stage. The Greater Caribbean is a region of extraordinary beauty, culture, and potential. It is also a region that bears the disproportionate burden of the climate crisis, economic fragility, and environmental risk. Challenges we did not create but are forced to confront with limited means. In light of these realities, we must reaffirm our collective commitment to sustainability, not just as a policy objective, but as a fundamental right of our people. We are confident that the new Secretary General and team will adequately assist and provide guidance to Member States to achieve the objectives of the organization. You can count on the support of Suriname, Madam Secretary General. In closing, Suriname wishes to congratulate Panama as the next chair of the Ministerial Council, and we pledge our full support to Panama, Minister. Thank you.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Con esto vamos a finalizar la sesión interactiva de hoy.
Well, with this, we will be finalizing the interactive section, and I now will pass the floor over to the Secretary General to speak of the actions with regard to developing a strategic vision. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Between you and lunch, so I will be quick, but before I share the advances in the strategic planning 2025-2035, I want to show you a special message from somebody or something that inspires what we do in the Greater Caribbean, please.
He estado aquí desde antes de los nombres.
I've been here since before there were names, before there were flags, before someone called me Caribbean. I have seen the birth of villages, and I have loaded ships full of dreams, and I have been a mirror for those who seek to reflect themselves into something greater. But I've also seen unplanned projects grow on my shores, how the heat is getting hotter and the storms longer, how my corals are slowly and silently dying. I have birthed life. I have provided food and sustenance. I have been a route, a frontier, and a home. I enjoy it, and I don't want to turn away from you. That is why today I leave you with a mission. Among the most important of our era, I want lives to be changed in the Greater Caribbean, where dignity, peace, and sustainability are not dreams, but instead realities. In 10 years' time, my dream is to be a region where I, the sea that you share, be protected, restored, and loved. I know that not all is lost. I listen to you as I listen to my waves. I listen to plans based on respect. I see integration, cooperation, and action that lead to a real impact. Tourism that not only reaches our shores, but leaves a positive footprint, a diversity and heritage that is protected and appreciated. Trade that unites without destroying. Connectivity that links people, ideas, and cultures. I see young people elevating their way of thinking. I see innovation. I see identity. I see unity. I see pride in culture. The future does not wait. It is built, and together can it become a reality. With each sector, each community, each island, coast, and country. I am your sea, and also your memory. But I want to be your future, because this time, the Caribbean does not only dream, the Caribbean acts. Listen to my voice, but raise yours to create a just, safe, and sustainable future for us all. This is my vision. This is the vision of the Association of Caribbean States, and this is my wish for all.
Muchas gracias. Eso es lo que nos inspira, eso es lo que me inspira a mí. Muy
Thank you very much. That is what inspires us. That's what inspires me. I would like to now briefly share the progress made in the 2025-2035 plan. The ACS plays a central role in the mandate of revitalizing this strategic plan, adjusting it to the challenges of the present and opportunities of the future. And we do so with an absolute respect for the Constitution and statutes of the ACS that defines us as a mechanism for consultation and cooperation among the peoples of the Greater Caribbean. This process of strategic planning has the end goal of improving the structure of the organization in order for it to be able to comply with its mandate and satisfy the purposes of cooperation that our region requires. Where are we 30 years later? We are in a more complex world, an increasingly vulnerable world that is facing changes that impacts global governance, which we cannot escape. 30 years after the creation of the association, the world is much more uncertain, interconnected, and unequal. The climate crisis, multilateral fragmentation, and digital transformation and effects of the pandemic have put to the test our region's resilience. This strategic plan has the goal of addressing these challenges anew. Continuing with the tools of the past is no longer sustainable. Given this context, this mandate of revitalization, and the strategic plan approved, we began a strategic, technical, and political process. The progress achieved so far are merely the first stage of this 10-year strategic plan. It is a process that is carried out rigorously based on participation and evidence. We have received concrete recommendations born from a strategic analysis of the regional context as well as international, a updated demographic assessment as well as an analysis of substantive equalities. This allows us to have measurable and coherent goals aligned with our challenges. The high-level meeting going by the name of A Decade of Change, Building the Future Together, drafting the strategic vision of the ACS to strengthen the Greater Caribbean, is a landmark in this stage. This unprecedented event brought together the member states' leaders and renowned figures, experts from the UN system, international entities, and the General Secretariat of the ACS. It was a dynamic forum to exchange ideas and for strategic cooperation. Over 5 days' time, we had 4 main sessions, 3 topic-specific sessions, and 8 interactive sessions, bringing together 10 representatives of member states, the entire team of the association, and experts from the UN, international organizations, and universities. We were able to wrap up these 5 days with an internal workshop that conducted an exercise of scenario forecasts. These debates highlighted the urgent need of strengthening what has been done, making the most of lessons learned, and to work on the potential of the Greater Caribbean, given its strategic geographic position as a Caribbean sea and as a port and as a gateway. The member states feel the ACS must evolve in order to effectively address the current needs, addressing climate vulnerability, economic inequality, and the increase in geopolitical tension. These advances have allowed us to determine an institutional vision with a clear vision. The vision is to see the Caribbean in the future as a dignified region, resilient and sustainable. Our mission suggests an ACS as a platform for dynamic cooperation and concerted actions to the service of the well-being of the Caribbean states and the sustainability of our territory. This proposal is anchored in our charter and the spirit with which this association was created: unity, solidarity, and a shared purpose. This requires an entire architecture whose foundations are the foundations of the ACS, which are very much still applicable. These are the pillars of our creation and that bring us together today. However, as you have clearly stated, you, the member states, these pillars must be revitalized and strengthened given a very different regional and global backdrop than the situation 30 years ago. This proposal is founded on shared principles, and it's operated through our strategic topical lines of action. And it also considers the regional and international situation with our guiding pillars, with the objective of walking firmly toward our shared ambitions. A greater Caribbean that is united, resilient, with its own voice heard throughout the world. We have three guiding principles: consultation, cooperation, and concerted action. This is what guides our collective actions when drafting projects as well as implementation in our territories. These are key to ensure cohesion, respond to crises, and achieve concrete results. In this strategic planning process, this is not only still relevant, but it's also what will allow us to advance in strength. This proposal considers 5 topical areas determined by the member states: preserving the Caribbean Sea, trade and foreign affairs, reducing disaster risk reduction, transportation and connectivity, and sustainable tourism, based on analysis and evidence, in order to respond to the question of how we can strengthen these areas so that they can truly be drivers for development and resilience. This response includes an approach such as climate justice, digital sovereignty, the sustainable blue economy, and cultural integration as our great legacy. We hope to also found this proposal on the following basic principles: dignity and human rights, interculturality, solidarity, and shared responsibility, but differentiated, self-determination and sovereignty as a region, social justice and equality, sustainability and climate resilience, transparency and responsibility. This reflects the commitment of our region to integration, solidarity, and cooperation, put to the service of the peoples in the Greater Caribbean and for safeguarding our planet.
These principles are the tools to always work together, thinking that people should be the core of development and that nothing should be done without considering the care for the planet. People and the planet should be the core of any decision. The decision should be focused on human rights, dignity, autonomy of all the people of the Greater Caribbean. Equality is not a supplementary goal. It is a precondition to obtain a sustainable development, because no integration or cooperation process will be effective if structural inequalities that affect millions of people in the region are not tackled. Migration, food security, climate change, and social cohesion are interdependent challenges that require to focus on human dignity. To achieve this, we are suggesting comprehensive solutions, taking into account key accelerators that will enable us to move forward in each thematic area. Allow me to stress that this is the only phase of the strategic plan process, a process in which we have been working on. We have made progress in the analysis of the context in which we are. We are analyzing, and we will continue analyzing our internal operations. We also have made progress in SWOT, and we will make progress in the strategic plan. And that is, we need to have clarity on how are we going to attain this. In order to reach the next level, we'll use the theory of change as a methodological tool that will enable us to count on the plan 2025-2035. Thank you very much. And as I pointed out up front today, more than ever, we need an efficient and effective association that should be at the level of the needs and aspirations of a sustainable and resilient Greater Caribbean. Thank you for your attention, understanding, and trust. Well, thank you to the Secretary General. Last announcement, we are distributing information, an official communication on the situation in Gaza. St. Lucia, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines just mentioned this topic. We cannot ignore what's happening right now. There is a genocide taking place. It's something that we are seeing every single day. So we are distributing a sort of press release or an official communication. Right now, we are going to break for lunch, and we'll resume at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you.
He estado aquí desde antes de los nombres, antes de que existieran las banderas, antes de que alguien me llamara Caribe. He visto nacer pueblos, he cargado barcos llenos de sueños y he sido espejo de quienes buscan reflejarse en algo más grande. Pero también he sentido cómo crecen proyectos sin planificación en mis costas, como el calor se vuelve más intenso y las tormentas más largas, como mis corales se apagan en silencio.